8. Rambling on. When we walk, we naturally go to the fields and woods. What would become of us, if we walked only in a garden or a mall? Henry David Thoreau. The idea of solvitur ambulando, in walking it will be solved, has been around since St. Augustine, but well before that Aristotle thought and taught while walking the open-air parapets of the Lyceum. It has long been believed that walking in restorative settings could lead not only to physical vigor but to mental clarity and even bursts of genius, inspiration, with its etymology in breathing, and overall sanity. As French academic Frédéric Gros writes in A Philosophy of Walking, it's simply the best way to go more slowly than any other method that has ever been found. Jefferson walked to clear his mind, while Thoreau and Nietzsche, like Aristotle, walked to think. All truly great thoughts are conceived while walking, wrote Nietzsche in Twilight of the Idols. And Rousseau wrote in Confessions, I can only meditate when I am walking. When I stop, I cease to think, my mind only works with my legs. Scotland clearly relishes its twin legacy of brains and long striding. On the wall of the National Museum of Scotland hangs a quote from James Watt, inventor of the steam engine, yes, the steam engine, in 1765, it was in the Green of Glasgow. When the idea came into my mind, that as steam was an elastic body it would rush into a vacuum. I had not walked further than the golf house when the whole thing was arranged in my mind. Nikola Tesla, too, invented a revolutionary engine while on a long walk in a Budapest park. Little did these men know how transport engines would hasten the demise of pedestrian life. Anticipating the exercise/nature debate, Thoreau opined, the walking of which I speak has nothing in it akin to taking exercise, but is itself the enterprise and adventure of the day. He also wrote, in his essay Walking, I think that I cannot preserve my health and spirits, unless I spend 4 hours a day at least, and it is commonly more than that, sauntering through the woods and over the hills and fields, absolutely free from all worldly engagements. Walt Whitman was an even stronger evangelist on the topic, exhorting men to be more perfect and more manly by striding around outside. To you, clerk, literary man, sedentary person, man of fortune, idler, the same advice, he wrote. Up. The world, perhaps you now look upon it with pallid and disgusted eyes, is full of zest and beauty for you, if you approach it in the right spirit. Out in the morning. If for them nature provided mental clarity and adventure, for Wordsworth it provided sanity itself. Nature, as he declared in Tintern Abbey, was the nurse/the guide, the guardian of my heart. It's worth taking a short perambulation to the poet's sensibility. Not just because he was the Romantic Age's greatest advertisement for both Scotland and for perambulating, he is estimated to have walked some 180,000 miles in his lifetime, composing poems as he went, but because he wrote so often about the ways in which his own mental health was bound to nature, and he was the first to do so in a thoroughly modern voice. Dismissing Wordsworth as a daffodil-gazing nature poet would be a mistake. His greatest defender of recent times has been the late Yale scholar Geoffrey Hartman, who argued that Wordsworth essentially invented modern poetry, with a small assist from Coleridge, and in so doing saved the art form altogether. I'm fascinated by how Wordsworth intuited the neuroscience in both psychology and cognition. We forget today that poets were the philosophers of their time, and that the good ones changed the course of history. Wordsworth was a child of trauma. His mother died when he was 8 and his father when he was 13. He was sent off to live with unsympathetic relatives. Money was tight and the siblings lived apart. It's hard to overstate the stress of these events, and at a critical time in the development of the poet's psyche. Hartman's own history followed a similar trajectory. In 1939, at the age of 9, he and dozens of other boys were plucked from a Jewish school in Frankfurt and sent to live in an outbuilding on a country estate in England. He remained there for 6 years until the war was over, when he was finally able to reunite with his destitute mother in New York. Hartman celebrated and summarized one of Wordsworth's central themes: nature does everything to prepare you, to make you immune, or to gentle the shock. He doesn't say there is no shock, or surprise, but that nature aims at a growth of the mind which can absorb or overcome shock. A few months before Hartman died in 2016, I called him up. In his mid-80s, he was still living in New Haven. I had taken a class with him in romantic poetry at Yale more than 2 decades before. I wanted to see if he could once again help me through some of the material. Mostly, though, he wanted to talk about what Wordsworth meant to him all those lonely years ago, during his own period of shock. I think the comfort of nature and the comfort of enjoying poetry and being encouraged to read, including especially Wordsworth, certainly helped to make my exile a little bit more tolerable, he explained. I hadn't enjoyed nature before England. So going to England and reading Wordsworth reversed my sense of things. Perhaps it was inevitable that Hartman would be the one to rehabilitate Wordsworth's reputation in post-war academe. As Hartman reminded me, Wordsworth made the perceiving self central to perception. Nature was meaningful precisely because of how it interfused with the mind, forming the basis for imagination. This is a central theme in the first book of The Recluse, a long autobiographic poem written in 1798. How exquisitely the individual mind / to the external world / is fitted, and how exquisitely, too / the external world is fitted to the mind. And sitting on the banks of the river Wye, the poet marveled at how an eye made quiet by the power / of harmony offered relief from the fever of the world. Nature had certainly offered that relief to Hartman, and I imagine it may have in his final months as well. Wordsworth is sometimes credited with launching the idea of tourism, but at least equal credit should go to his sister, Dorothy, who slogged many miles with him and wrote recollections of a tour made in Scotland in 1803. It's a great read, not only because it depicts Coleridge as wet and cranky, but because it recounts things like eating boiled sheep's head with its hair singed off. Wrote Dorothy Wordsworth, "Scotland is the country above all others that I have seen, in which a man of imagination may carve out his own pleasures. There are so many inhabited solitudes, and the employments of the people are so immediately connected with the places where you find them." Both siblings were inveterate romantics, reacting against the march of industry and commerce into pastoral landscapes. While cities had once offered excitement and revolutionary ideas to a young William, he later came to believe that they embodied disillusionment and stagnation, a savage torpor. Far from making people more creative, the din and grime stifled their dreams, or at least his. The Wordsworths were contemporaries of Jane Austen, whose Pride and Prejudice appeared in 1813. The notion of walking as an expression of good breeding and good health was in full swing, but it also enabled an outlet of independence rare for a woman, and both Dorothy Wordsworth and Austen's heroines relished the act. As the essayist Rebecca Sollitt points out in Wanderlust, A History of Walking, when Elizabeth Bennet charges out alone across the muddy downs to help her ailing sister at Darcy's place, she is rendered both slightly scandalous and alluring. By the early 19th century, it had become hard to disentangle walking and its Hale enthusiasts from the Enlightenment, from Romanticism and, thanks to Thoreau and Emerson, from budding American nationalism. Walking was a philosophical act, facilitating a direct experience with divinity. It was a political act, mixing the educated classes up with the poor, who had always walked, though. And it was an intellectual act, generating ideas and art. The Ramblers of yore embraced a kind of radical common sense. Today, when everyone from corporate executives to distracted knowledge workers are obsessed with creativity, walking is getting a new look. Executives hold walking meetings and even walk on treadmills at their desks. A terrible idea. Go outside for a real walk. People everywhere obsess over their step-counting wearable devices. They organize community walks. And if they are the sort of scientist I've been writing about in this book, they also walk with portable EEG units or make their subjects, and inquisitive visitors like me, go out and do it for them. The ability to see electrical waves inside the human brain was pioneered by German psychiatrist Hans Berger in the 1920s. Berger, who fell off a horse as a young soldier and was convinced his brain then sent a telepathic message to his sister, wanted to investigate. He also believed it should be possible to watch the brain convert energy into blood flow, electricity and, ultimately, thoughts themselves. What started off as a kooky quest eventually led him to invent the electroencephalography machine, which translated signals from electrodes placed on the head to a photographic recording device. He referred to the contraption as a brain mirror, although that was optimistic. It wasn't able to read or reflect minds, but it could capture electrical signals that revealed clues about mental states. Berger learned that alpha waves, for example, appeared during rest or relaxation. Later, there would be other insights, such as that beta waves indicate active thinking and alertness, that gammas dominate during sensory processing, that delta occurs in deep sleep, and so on. Until recently, EEG was complicated to administer, requiring tight skullcaps fitted with dozens of button-sized electrodes, each wired to a large computer. A person wearing such a device looks like a shriveled sea urchin. But now, thanks to wireless technology and microprocessors, subjects can take those electrodes for a walk, as long as they don't throw their heads back and forth in abandon. For this reason, we have no idea what the brain looks like while dancing. Although EEG remains a relatively crude measure of the average electrical output of thousands of neurons over a wide area of brain geography, it holds an obvious allure for researchers interested in environmental psychology. In a small but intriguing 2013 pilot study, researchers asked a dozen volunteers to walk around Edinburgh for a total of 25 minutes. Their path took them through a busy urban thoroughfare, a city park, and a quiet street. The walkers wore a newfangled portable EEG that wraps just a few plastic tentacles around one's head, made by the California company Emotive. The unit has only 14 electrodes and transmits real-time information wirelessly to a laptop. Emotive then runs the frequency signals of alpha, beta, delta, and theta waves through an algorithm that translates them to short-term excitement, frustration, engagement, arousal, and meditation level. This is also the same kind of unit I wore on the lake in Maine. When the Scottish volunteers entered the park, their brain waves showed evidence of lower frustration and arousal, along with higher meditation levels. Encouraged that these results aligned with attention restoration theory, the researchers have now launched a much larger study with 120 senior citizens. They are calling it the Mobility, Mood, and Play Study. The lead researcher, Jenny Rowe from the University of York, agreed to let me have a go with the EEG unit on the route through Edinburgh. I met her neuroscience postdoc, Christopher Neal, downtown, and after a bit of hair maneuvering and saline solution dabbing, he clamped on the headset. "You have a lot of hair," he muttered. "That's one difference about working with older people. They're mostly bald." But the device was finally transmitting, and so with Neil leading the way about 10 paces in front of me, we began the walk. It was a beautiful June day. We headed down Chalmers Street, bustling and loud with students, lorries, buses, and motorbikes. This was gratifying, because I knew the noise would stress me out, and of course I knew the study design, which does not make me an ideal subject. Then we turned into the Meadows Park, and I prepared to calm down. But I couldn't. The park was jam-packed with picnickers, baby carriages, joggers. Boom boxes blared from the picnic blankets. A park maintenance truck was backing up out of a small dirt alley. "Oh no! You people are all messing with my solitude." This is generally my attitude while in city parks, but it was exacerbated by the pressure to produce good brain waves. "Look at the grass," I willed myself. "Listen to the damn birds." A bicyclist careened past. We exited the park and walked up a quieter street, ending up near the National Museum. Neil unclenched the unit from my now throbbing head and promised to send me the results. Months later, I got the analysis of my brain waves back from Neil. It was a bit disappointing, if not surprising. "You can see that when you transition into the green space, your excitement, engagement, and frustration levels all go up," he wrote. "These results suggest that you were more excited and engaged in the green space when compared with the urban busy section. Interestingly, your frustration levels go up and remain up." Perhaps this was due to the fact that you were walking around a new city, and technically at work too. More likely, I was just, like Wordsworth, pissed off by the crowds. In any case, I was, as Neil put it, non-typical. Early results using the raw EEG data in our newer study in older people are promising and more in line with our hypothesis, i.e., that walking in a green setting is restorative. Something Ruth Ann Ashley said in Moab came back to me, about how she thinks different people have different tolerances for doses of nature. Someone who lives in a city might be overjoyed and calmed down by a single tree, but others of us require a bigger hit. If you're used to Colorado, you're going to want quiet and big views, she'd predicted. Nature was like caffeine, or heroin. You keep wanting more. I was, it seems, spoiled. Or I could just be a terrible research subject. A few months later, I traveled to Urbana, Illinois. I went to visit Art Kramer, the exercise neuroscientist, rock climber, and Harley rider whom I'd last seen fidgeting on a deck chair in Moab. It was apparent he didn't like to sit still then, and when I saw the 63-year-old's office at the University of Illinois' Beckman Institute for Advanced Science and Technology, it was even more obvious. As the institute's director, he commanded a wood-paneled office large enough to accommodate a treadmill desk. 1 to 1.5 hours per day, he said, as I sized it up. 1.7 to 2 miles per hour. Kramer, who has expressive, sunken eyes, a trim gray beard, and an appearance of explosive energy modulated by sensitivity, was wearing a slightly rumpled striped shirt, and I wondered if he had just climbed off the thing. Kramer has made many academic splashes, but a big one was when he figured out that 40 minutes of moderate walking per day could protect the aging brain from some cognitive decline, especially in executive function skills, memory, and psychomotor speed. To exercise, he has added a list of additional advice: have good genes, stay intellectually challenged, maintain social interactions. He has even advocated walking book clubs, which, I must say, sounds not nearly as fun as curling up on couches with dessert and glasses of wine. And thanks to his colleague and former student David Strayer, he's taking a look at nature as a way to boost creativity. After attending Strayer's Desert Confab, I thought looking at nature would be a great idea, he said. We can begin to look at the synergistic effects of nature and exercise. We can try to isolate it in a lab. Kramer was intrigued by a recent Stanford study that showed walking on a treadmill and walking outside both increased divergent creativity, which is the kind of expansive thinking that includes brainstorming and finding more than one correct answer to a question. That study did not show that walking improved convergent creativity, the kind exemplified by the word association task that Strayer used, showing big payoffs in outdoor-bound hikers. As a reminder of the task, find the one word that connects to all three words: cake, cottage, and Swiss. The answer, in case you're not hungry enough to free associate it, is cheese. But the Stanford study did not look at walking in nature per se. The outdoor part took place on campus streets, alleys, and courtyards. Stanford may be beautiful, but it is also loud with people and service vehicles, as I learned when I walked the route myself. Naturally, it was during a walking meeting that Stanford professor Daniel Schwartz and his PhD student, Marilee A. Petzo, got the idea to study walking and creativity. Because they were being so dang creative on that walk. Wanting to work in the nature piece, Kramer thought he'd dish out a few creativity tasks before and after putting volunteers on a treadmill for 20 minutes. Some would journey through a virtual reality park, and some a city street. Of course, I wanted to try it. Kramer's grad student set me up. From the get-go it was a disaster. The pretest was to create a list in a category, in this case animals, coming up with as many as you can in a set amount of time. I was on a roll, probably because I once lived on a game ranch in Africa. I was up to wildebeest, oryx, black rhino, and water buffalo when the timer buzzed. This was a problem. In order to show that nature makes you more creative, you're not supposed to ace the pretest. It was time to mount the machine. The treadmill faced two enormous screens running the 3D video of the walks. I started ambling at a comfortable pace, but the machine made a loud whirring noise in the windowless room. This did not feel like a pleasant nature environment. Not at all. The room was stuffy, the machines loud, the images on the medium pixelated TVs glaring. VR, I was learning, is much more V than R. When I shifted my gaze from the left screen to the right, the picture quality there was so bad that the trees looked like they had been dusted with nuclear ash. Then a bright flash would burst and the image would shake and reset. I felt woozy, as I had the last time I'd gone virtual in a lab. I waved down the assistant, who managed to switch the video to 2D before I felt the need to hurl. Afterward, I took the word associates test. I bombed. But, apparently, so did other people. Kramer told me later the study was a bit of a bust. There were problems with the lab technology, specifically the presentation of scenes across multiple screens and mismatching auditory and visual scene elements. Perhaps it's time to admit it, people, nature just does the elements better. David Strayer had been having better luck with his post-Moab experiments than Kramer. He conducted his own walking study outside, per his style. We know the field is messy, he told me. There's wind and rain. But being in the lab strips away a lot of the interesting stuff, so I've learned to grin and bear it and accept the consequences. Strayer decided to make use of the Red Butte Arboretum near the University of Utah campus. He wanted to look at the effects of being in nature on walkers' memory, and he also, because he is David Strayer, distracted driving man, wanted to look at how technology use might mess with memory. For the experiment, Strayer and doctoral student Rachel Hopman set up 3 groups of about 20 people each. One group would hand over their cell phones, walk for 30 minutes in the arboretum and then take a recognition memory task. A second group would take the same walk and test, but during the walk, they were told to make a long phone call. Moms were happy that day. The third group was the control. They took the memory test before the walk. The first group, walking with no phone, averaged 80% in their post-walk memory test. The group that talked on the phone scored only 30%, and the control group scored about the same. Strayer was delighted to see both that nature walking boosted cognition and that the addition of evil technology totally wiped out the gains. What we find is consistent with the other literature that working memory improves, he said. And, he explained, it is also consistent with the Kaplan's attention restoration theory. The quiet hikers were able to access the Kaplan's magic recipe of feeling away, of being open to soft fascination in their environment, of having a sense of compatibility with the landscape and feeling as if they are in a vast, restful space. The phone talkers, by contrast, may have been relaxed by being outside in the fresh air, but they were not as liberated from daily cares. They weren't truly resting their top-down attentional networks. They were multitasking, walking, looking, listening and most importantly, speaking, which uses up a lot of attentional bandwidth. Note to self, leave the cell phone at home, or at least deep in your pocket, when in need of a cognitive reboot. About the same time Strayer was running his experiment, yet another Stanford team designed a walking in nature study. It's interesting to note that the campus most known for changing our relationship to technology by incubating it is now becoming known for helping us ditch it. As sometimes happens, neither team was familiar with the other's work, but there was some nice complementarity. Working with ecosystem services expert Gretchen Daly and emotional regulation psych guru James Gross, doctoral student Greg Bratman randomly sent 60 volunteers on either a 50-minute walk through a busy street in Palo Alto or on trails around the iconic local green space known as the Stanford Dish. Before and after, he measured their moods, anxiety, and rumination, and also gave them a series of punishing cognitive tests. Results? The subjects performed significantly better on a test measuring memory and attention, and they also reported feeling happier after walking in nature. Bratman and his colleagues had a theory about why, and they wanted to test it. His co-investigator, Gross, is an expert on rumination. This is something cows do literally, but our minds do it too, chew on an unpleasant memory to create, as the study authors put it, a maladaptive pattern of self-referential thought. We might replay an unpleasant exchange or bad feeling over and over until we drive ourselves batty. Rumination, as Gross and others have shown, is linked to depression and anxiety. When people ruminate, they activate a portion of their brains called the subgenual prefrontal cortex, a region also linked to sadness, withdrawal, and general grumpiness, according to Bratman. For the next experiment, they sent 38 healthy, not depressed, city dwellers on a pretty big walk 90 minutes this time either back to the green dish or along traffic-heavy El Camino Real, and scanned their brains before and after. They also had them fill out rumination measuring questionnaires. On the scans, the nature brains showed a significant, sizable reduction of blood flow to the subgenual region, while the urban brains showed none. The questionnaires also revealed less broody feelings in the post-walk dishers but not in the roadway walkers. The results were exciting for Bratman, because they point to a possible causal mechanism for how certain landscapes might be boosting our moods, basically, by quieting some brain circuitry governing self-wallowing. The world is bigger than you, nature says. Get over yourself. At the very least, nature distracts us the way a parent might distract a whining toddler, by waving a favorite stuffed animal. As Bratman put it, the results suggest that nature experience is impacting rumination in a way that is markedly different from urban experience. Clearly, it was time for me to get walking. I was, despite trying for nearly 2 years, still feeling unhappy in DC. The city sounds jangled me. We were hemorrhaging our savings. My husband had a fulfilling job saving nature, but we had to leave wild landscapes for him to do it, which still rankled. What about saving us? I was grateful to spend more time with my father, who continued his impressive recovery from his brain trauma. Together, we took increasingly longer walks in an arboretum near his place or along the canal near mine. He was happier and mellower after his accident, and, walking, he often brought up pleasant reminiscences, as opposed to reminiscences, and some pretty sappy sentiments. I haven't seen any studies on nature and sentimentality, hear that, Bratman, but the connection wouldn't surprise me. One day, as we returned to my front steps, Dad thanked me. "You are the light of my life," he said. "Wait a minute," protested his wife, Galina. He laughed. "You both are." We had a group hug, reminding me that nature is, truly, best shared. To motivate myself to get out walking more, I found a study I could join, a big, old-fashioned study with questionnaires. I learned that Lisa Nisbet at Trent University was sending over 9,000 people out into the verdure for the Maylong 30x30 Nature Challenge, 30 minutes a day of walking, for 30 days in a row. I signed on. My first task was to answer a fairly long questionnaire designed to ascertain our general mood state, vitality, activities, and subjective connection with nature. That done, I set out for my walks, generally down to my usual path along the C&O Canal, but in one case along a park in the late evening in downtown Helsinki, where a man stood in a clearing and waved his penis around. When we are determined to hobnob with greenery every day, most of us will, inevitably, encounter setbacks. Over the course of writing this book, I was jumped by numerous rogue and grimy dogs and splattered with mud by bicyclists. I broke a finger when my own dog lunged for another dog on a crowded park trail, wrenching her leash around my hand. I was stung by 4 bees, 3 in DC. One morning I was seized by an unstoppable urge to go to the bathroom and hurriedly plunged into the dark creekside thickets of my neighborhood park. Please don't tell the listserv. I consequently contracted poison ivy. The Lyme disease came later, from Maine. It's not easy being outside every day. Either a lot of people in Nesbitt's study decided they preferred the air conditioning, or they simply didn't respond to the follow-up questionnaire. Of the 2,500 who stuck it out, most were just like me, women in their mid-40s. Researchers love us because we do, follow through on our commitments, and we are conditioned to be helpful. But there were rewards. I spoke to Nisbet months later, after she'd sorted the data. The more time participants spent in nature, the greater well-being they reported, she said. One of the most interesting findings was that we seemed to like being in nature so much, we doubled our weekly green time by the end of the month, from 5 hours to 10. As the month progressed, we also reduced our time in vehicles, texting and emailing. Progress. All this temporal rearrangement appeared to be good for us. We reported significant increases in all measures of well-being, including in mood and mental calm, and also decreases in stress and negativity. We slept slightly better, and also reported feeling slightly more connected to nature. This was all true for me. The more I made myself get outside, the better I slept and felt, except when my bee-stung arm turned into Armzilla. But the discomfort was temporary. Despite the planes and all the people, my nearby parks were invariably cooler, breezier, and better smelling than anywhere else in the city. I watched the buds turn to leaves and I made a point of trying to identify a few birds by sound and of looking for fractals. I often walked to look at the Potomac River, just to take the currents in and let the water, always the highest rated nature feature in surveys, work its magic on my tired neurons. The required 30 minutes often turned into many more. Still, it felt a little contrived. Pull out the stopwatch. Try to feel connected. I wanted to find people who were spending even more intensive time in nature, real nature, and, frankly, I wanted it myself, now that I was all connected. It was time to head for the backcountry. Part 4. Backcountry Brain. 9. Get over yourself, wilderness, creativity, and the power of awe. Calvin, look at all the stars. The universe just goes out forever and ever. Hobbes, it kind of makes you wonder why man considers himself such a big screaming deal. Bill Watterson. David Strayer never gets tired of watching his college students tumble down the wilderness whirlpool into a new headspace. Every April, he takes his advanced psych class, called Cognition in the Wild, to the desert for a few days of camping, exploration, and yes, a mental boost. Phone use is vigorously discouraged, not surprisingly. Billing it as a seminar on how our mental experience is connected to the environment, he's been teaching it at the University of Utah for 8 years. The annual field trip is part of what's driven him to pursue his 3-day effect theory of senses, perspective, and cognition sharpening over time. This year, he invited me to see it unfold and to try out his latest experiment building off last year's. Moab Confab. Just before dark, I pulled into the Sand Island campground along the San Juan River near the tiny, dusty town of Bluff, Utah. Strayer was serving fajitas out of fire-blackened pots. It was 36 degrees out, and that afternoon the students had driven down through a foot of new snow around Salt Lake City in what the radio was calling the Tax Day Storm. Now a group of about 30 undergraduates and research assistants packed in around the campfire, scooping up their hot food with gusto. One student was pouring Sprite into the dessert pan for peach cobbler, college style. It would taste like an explosion of sugar. When the stars came out and the hot chocolate was poured, Strayer announced it was time to start the nightly round of 10-minute research presentations on topics like urban stressors on athletes and teen cell phone use, teacher's pet. I pulled on my gloves and settled in. For the students, participating on this trip would encompass 30% of their grade. Strayer, who was, naturally, a scoutmaster when his boys were young, said he believed the campfire setting was vastly superior to PowerPoints in classroom. Here, they really raise their game, he told me. By fire they come alive. He's not the first to think so. The French philosopher Gaston Bachelard wrote in 1938 that fire begot philosophy. In drawing us together for meal preparation and warmth, fire drove evolution, selecting those of us who could be sociable, communal, and even entertaining. We needed the warmth on this night, and I marveled how unusual it was to see a group of young people looking at one another or gazing into the lumens of the fire and not into the lumens of their phones. The next morning, after a thoroughly disreputable breakfast of Pop-Tarts, muffins, and strawberry yogurt from Costco, we drove off to an unmarked trailhead along Combe Ridge. This 80-mile-long monocline rises from the desert floor, gouged along its east side by deep gullies and canyons that were once home to the Anasazi people. Although they vanished 800 years ago under mysterious circumstances, most likely drought and war, many of their artifacts, wall art panels, and rough stone dwellings survived well in the arid desolation. Strayer led the way up a sandy trail that soon hardened into solid rock marked by cairns. The day warmed and we tied our layers around our waists. One young woman in a ponytail wore red shorts with the word Utah written across her seat. Some students bounded ahead comparing notes on the latest Michael Keaton movie and some straggled behind, unused to exertion. Overall, the vibe of the class was less jockey, more nerdy, wearing less high-tech clothing and more nose rings and blue nail polish than I expected. For many, this was their first time in Kenyan country. Most of them didn't know each other outside of class. Before long we came to a half-crumbled dwelling nestled into a smooth concavity in the cliff. Pottery sherds lay about, and you could still make out the rounded rooms of the ceremonial kivas. Faint red handprints and human figure drawings frescoed the cave's back wall. The place had been hastily abandoned in desperate times. It was eerily quiet among these ancient bedrooms and prayer rooms. We continued farther on toward the crest of an exposed ridge and a breathtaking frieze known as Procession Panel. Believed to date from the basket maker period around 700 AD, it depicts a tight line of figures migrating from some sort of portal, either spiritual or literal. It presides along an ancient trail connecting two parts of the Anasazi realm. Over the following days, we ambled around similar sites, from a vast wall painted by one artist known as Wolfman featuring ducks, yucca plants, and what might be human heads shaped like light bulbs, to ruins with names like Split Level and Long Finger. Our senses of perception were shifting. The faint scrapings of rock art that at first were hard to discern started popping out. We could spot the smooth stones used for grinding, the sharp bits that were broken pots. Strayer would point to a 1,000-year-old corn cob or examine some pottery and declare it from a certain period based on the clay and firing technique. During an al fresco lunch, he described how one clan held a monopoly on a recipe for oxidizing clay to make it red, guarding the secret and prospering in trade. Technology is always a double-edged sword, said Strayer, fingering a delicately corrugated sherd before passing it around. It enabled progress, but it changed who they were. The cowboys who dug up bones here suddenly starting finding small skulls with flat heads. When the people here started cultivating corn, the mothers had to tend the fields, and they swaddled the babies' heads flat against a carryall. The evolution of technology is who we are, the stepping stone, with inventions embodying new ways of thinking and being from which we can't go back. He seamlessly segued to his own burdens with technology. I'm sure when I get back I'll have 300 or 400 emails. Most of them will no longer mean anything. If Strayer wanted to wow them, he was succeeding. Most of the students seemed impressed, even amazed, by these remote finds and dramatic rock fissures. I didn't know I was going to be deeply affected by this, said Lauren in pink sunglasses, her black hair in a messy bun. Like when I saw that handprint, I almost cried. It's so unlike me. Heading out on morning 3, we were met on the trail by a great horned owl that sat still as a statue on a stone ledge over our heads. Amelia, a blonde with a sorority vibe, squealed, "I've never seen one before." Earlier, she had admitted to her tent mates that she was missing her phone because she was waiting for a cute boy to text her. But now, she was transported. "You guys! I feel like I haven't lived until this trip." We lunched in clumps among the blooming prickly pear where Butler Wash meets the wide, gently flowing San Juan River. At our backs loomed a sheer, smooth golden wall. To the south and west lay an expansive spread of the river and its surrounding upheaval of multicolored sandstone. Strayer told us about a petroglyph panel some ways downstream, accessible only by wading and swimming and then returning against the current. It was finally warm out, and a handful of students decided to pursue the lead. They wouldn't return to camp until early evening, flushed with adventure, giddy, triumphant and hungry for Strayer's hearty cooking. They had made their own grateful procession through the raw, spare, sometimes voluptuous country. Strayer was delighted the students were exercising their exploratory and social instincts. "The students have gelled," he told me on the way back to camp. "It just shows you how starved they were for social interaction, for connection." I had to wonder if he was projecting his usual technology has ruined young people bias, but the fraying of social skills is increasingly documented by researchers such as Sherry Tickle at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Our capacities for empathy and self-reflection do appear to be challenged, even atrophying as our digital interactions replace analog ones. One happy solution Tickle acknowledges but doesn't emphasize: spending more time in unwired places. One of the underappreciated benefits of venturing into remote landscapes is that we are often thrown into connecting with each other. Just before the adventurers returned, it was my turn to undergo Strayer's latest experiment. His grad student Rachel Hopman tucked my head into an EEG device more elaborate than the crown of thorns one I wore in Scotland and on the lake in Maine. It was more like a bathing cap with 12 sensors sprouting out. 6 more sensors suckled my face, all connected via many wires to a small portable unit beside me. I felt like a tethered hedgehog. I carefully settled into a lawn chair at the tamarisk-lined edge of the campground along the San Juan. The students and I would be sitting here in pairs for about 15 minutes, not doing anything in particular. Different groups of subjects would be doing a similar nothing while sitting at the edge of a parking lot in Salt Lake City and in a lab with a computer. This was all an elaborate field experiment that grew out of the previous year's Moab gathering. Strayer wanted to find a biomarker that could show a brain under the influence of nature. If, as most seemed to agree, something is happening to our brains, is there some way to see the transformation? Adam Gazzaley, our rooftop margarita maker from the University of California, San Francisco, had lured Strayer with the idea of measuring midline frontal theta waves. Because these brain waves increase in power when the frontal cortex is engaged in an executive task, Strayer and Gazzaley were hoping the opposite would be true during a wilderness mind blow: the thetas would quiet down, potentially indicating a rousing of the dreamy default network instead. If a river can't transfix my brain, then nothing can. I've spent a lot of time in this book talking about trees, but when I crave wild places, it's often the desert I want. In his wilderness defense classic Desert Solitaire, Edward Abbey named a chapter Bedrock and Paradox after towns not far from here. It's the perfect nomenclature for a landscape that is chaotic and static at the same time, the rock as dry as a cow skull but broken by lush shocks of green. In the aridity, the greens are greener and the blues are bluer, and, as Abbey puts it, all things are in motion, all is in process, nothing abides, nothing will ever change in this eternal moment. Ellen Melloy, an essayist more subtle and interior than Abbey and who lived and died near Bluff, remarked that this county was the size of Belize and contained not one traffic light. The nights are coal black and water deep, the light often too bright to understand. No one is ever sure if we are hostages of isolation or the freest people in 4 states. Of course, the ultimate paradox is that humans need both wilderness and civilization, and that one makes us all the more poised for the other. Although I grew up in New York City, I dreamed of wild summer landscapes unfurling before me. They lay loosely threaded together by the rivers my dad and I ran, including this very one, launching from this very campground 29 years earlier. The main watery artery of this region, the San Juan River, seeps and then gushes out of Colorado's southwestern mountains, joining the Colorado River some 380 miles farther down. At that point it is technically no longer a river but a giant, placid lake created by Glen Canyon Dam. Like us, the river fully transforms from wild to domesticated, but it has no option for reversal. Packed into my EEG cap, I watched the river as delicate fractal patterns of flow played against the light. The milky chai-colored water rippled and coursed, shallow in sections, braiding along its main channel. Sitting here, I felt washed over by the calm of the scene, but it was also mixed with a little anxiety about another weather system approaching from the west. We had no cell reception to check our weather apps. Anxiety may thrive in cities, but it's also at home in the wilderness, another paradox. Later, while his enchilada pies were baking in their cast-iron Dutch ovens, I asked Strayer what he thought of the fractal/visual theory of brain restoration, the idea that when our visual cortex finds a sweet spot of information, it can trigger our pleasure centers and help relax us. He wasn't overly enthused. What he's getting at, he explained, is a change in mindset that occurs over hours and days. The kind he and his students have just experienced, with their mild sunburns, loosened limbs, easy laughter and fresh insights. If it's just the visual cortex, he asked, why can't I watch National Geographic videos and get this sensation? I don't feel this and I couldn't watch 4 days of it, and those are amazing videos. But a few minutes out a window can improve your mood and drop your blood pressure, I said, citing studies as Strayer lifted a heavy lid to check on dinner. What I'm interested in isn't that. That's not what I and Abby and Muir and Thoreau are talking about. It's something much deeper, more cutting close to our soul. Frankly, it's the essence of who we are and getting away from the rat race, across the litany of literature. Satisfied with the progress of cheese meltage on his enchiladas, he pulled off his oven mitt. If I was a betting man, I'd be betting on the fact that the prefrontal cortex is not in overload in nature. Strayer is a betting man, because he was out here spending a pile of the National Academy of Sciences money on EEG machines. It seemed to me that when the brain is resting from its onslaught of daily tasks, it's making room for something else. It might be the default network, the one that spurs daydreams and reflection, but it might not be. One conundrum is that the most accomplished Buddhist meditators, the ones who've spent tens of thousands of hours mastering that prized calm alert state, don't appear to be firing up their default networks when they meditate. What they're accessing is something not easily mapped in discrete places in the brain, but the circuits seem to be related to feelings of compassion, unity, and dare I say it, love. If our brains are wired for religious and spiritual feelings, the monks have got it down. But if Muir and Emerson and, before them, 18th century Irish philosopher Edmund Burke had it right, feelings of spirituality don't just spring from religion, they also spring from transcendent experiences in nature. In 1757, the 28-year-old Burke landed in the center of the Enlightenment when he published a philosophical inquiry into the origin of our ideas of the sublime and beautiful. A secularist, he'd been rambling around Ireland and feeling, for lack of a better word, moved. Sensitive and dramatic, he was less interested in landscapes that were picturesque than in scenes that were a little bit dark. Haunting was good, terrifying even better. The passion caused by the great and sublime in nature, he wrote, when those causes operate most powerfully, is astonishment, and astonishment is that state of the soul, in which all its motions are suspended, with some degree of horror. He loved a torrential waterfall, a violent storm, a dark grove. He would have made a good raft guide. According to Burke, for something to be truly awe-inspiring, it must possess vastness of extent as well as a degree of difficulty in our ability to make sense of it. That awe also inspires feelings of humility, and a more outward perspective has been well described by philosophers, priests, and poets. Until Burke, awe was considered the purview and foundational emotion of religious experience. The word awe derives from Old English and Norse words for the fear and dread one felt before a divine being. It isn't for nothing that many churches play up the music, the visions, the robes and architectural heights and spans. These elements fill us with wonder, humility, and a bit of trepidation. In liberating the feeling of awe from the fabric of religion, Burke heavily influenced Kant, Diderot, and Wordsworth, who all wrote of the power of the sublime to shore up the imaginations and mental perceptions of humans. In America, Emerson picked up Burke's themes of vastness and humility, writing in his famous essay Nature in 1836, standing on the bare ground, my head bathed by the blithe air and uplifted into infinite space, all mean egotism vanishes. I become a transparent eyeball, I am nothing. That secular transcendence still informs the modern environmental movement. Later, Einstein would say, the most beautiful emotion we can experience is the mysterious. You may be rolling your eyes about now, but Emerson and Einstein were onto something. Among certain circles in psychology, those circles, admittedly, residing largely in California, awe is considered not just a powerful emotion but perhaps the sliest power emotion of them all. Until recently, though, there was surprisingly little scientific investigation of awe, despite the fact that it's considered one of the core positive emotions, along with joy, contentment, compassion, pride, love, and amusement. Basically, awe is something that blows your mind, Paul Piff, a psychologist at the University of California, Irvine, told me. There are degrees of awe, he explained, from the momentary amazement of watching weird dancing toddler videos on Facebook to seeing northern lights for the first time, which can reconfigure your view of the universe. A deeply powerful, awe-inspiring experience can change someone's perspective for a long time, even permanently. Roland Griffiths is a psychopharmacologist at Johns Hopkins who studies the sometimes profound, awe-filled experiences of terminally ill patients who ingest psychedelic substances. It's not unusual for them to hallucinate they are leaving their bodies, flying over landscapes and encountering divine beings. Griffiths told journalist Michael Pollan he considers these mind trips a kind of inverse P.T.S.D. A discrete event that produces persisting positive changes in attitudes, moods, and behavior, and presumably in the brain. This is how entranced astronauts describe the overview effect when viewing the Earth from space. Awe-triggering, life-shifting jolts are also recounted by survivors of near-death experiences and by more prosaic mountain climbers, surfers, watchers of eclipses and people who swim with dolphins, among others. When they are vast, nature scenes and events can connect us to deeper forces in the world. At the very least, these types of experiences appear to alter us temporarily. To find out how, Piff, Dr. Keltner at UC Berkeley and two other colleagues conducted some unusual experiments. Keltner had already posited that awe is a unique emotion that turns us away from narrow self-focus and toward the interests of our collective group. To see if awe makes us more generous to each other, the researchers asked 1,500 people how much awe, and other emotions, they experienced on a regular basis. Then they gave some participants 10 lottery tickets, telling them they were free to give some away to people who didn't get any. The researchers found that people who reported experiencing the most awe gave away 40% more tickets than those who reported the least feelings of awe. Those who experienced other emotions didn't behave more generously. Next, they attempted to induce awe in real time by taking subjects to a tall grove of Tasmanian blue gum eucalyptus trees, and asking them to look up for 1 minute. They sent other subjects to look up at a tall science building. In both settings, a lab assistant accidentally dropped a handful of pens. Even after just 1 minute of awe, the tree gazers were more helpful, picking up more pens on average than their counterparts. But in one of the most provocative studies of all, Keltner and colleagues asked participants how many times in the previous month and on that very day they experienced up to 20 negative and positive emotions such as fear, anger, joy, surprise, etc. They also took saliva samples from the subjects and measured their levels of cytokine IL-6, a marker for inflammation. Part of the immune system, these signal molecules help heal wounds and fight illness. In healthy people, lower levels are considered better, while chronic high levels have been linked to depression, stress, and poor muscle repair. Of all the positive emotions, experiencing awe was the only one that predicted significantly lower levels of IL-6. Why would this be the case? Keltner posits it's because awe causes us to reinforce social connections, which are in turn known to lower inflammation and stress. Awe wants to be shared. Not all awe is positive. But even really scary awe, the kind that happens when a hurricane or a twister levels your town, has a remarkable ability to spur people to help each other and to unite a community toward common goals. It's evolutionarily adaptive to reach out and connect when confronted with vast forces we don't totally understand. That's how we get by. Darwin considered empathy or compassion to be our strongest instinct, one that launched the success of the human species. By taking good care of each other, we thrived through long childhoods, sicknesses, and food shortages. Berkeley's Keltner argues we possess a literal seat of empathy, the body's vagus nerve. It starts on top of the spinal cord and tentacles out to facial muscles, the heart, lungs, and digestive organs. A key switch in our parasympathetic nervous system, the vagus slows down our heart rate after a fright, bringing us back to a place of conciliation rather than aggression. It appears connected to our oxytocin receptors, which regulate the neurotransmitter that is sometimes reductively called the love hormone, since it flows during sex and breastfeeding. During the release of oxytocin, the vagus nerve may trigger an electric, humming sensation in the upper back. It's like getting electrocuted by love. As it responds to love, posits Keltner, the vagus nerve also responds to awe. To get a better handle on how it may work, Keltner and Craig Anderson, his graduate student at Berkeley, invited me, and a whole lot of research subjects, to sit down and watch some of the most awesome video footage they could find the Earth from outer space. This is the view that caused astronauts to fill with tenderness for their little marble in the sky and all of humanity on it. This sensation may be close to what Buddhists describe as the unity of nirvana, a transcendent happiness characterized by outward love and the elimination of desire. Unfortunately, I wasn't approaching nirvana while watching the Earth from space footage on a smallish video monitor in a utilitarian lab at Tolman Hall. Anderson had me strap on a heart rate monitor, and then he attached sensors to my finger for measuring skin conductance, sweating, another measure of the autonomic nervous system. He launched that video, followed by one of magnificent mountain summits, and after 10 minutes or so, he returned with my results. In accordance with his overall study data, my heart rate did decline while viewing the monitor. But not much happened with my skin conductance, nor with my facial muscles that Anderson had been surreptitiously monitoring with a hidden camera. As to why the heart rate slows while viewing the sublime, Anderson has a theory. Things that cause people to feel awe tend to be information-rich, vast, and things that we have trouble wrapping our minds around, he said. So basically, the body is quieting down a bit so that it can take in information in the environment. My vagus nerve did not seem to get the memo. I was not even experiencing one of the telltale signs of awe that is surely one of the best words in science, piloerection, or hair standing on end. Sitting in a cubicle with electrodes sticking out of my finger, I did not feel like I was hurtling through deep space, nor, as Strayer had argued in Utah, is watching videos of nature much like the real experience of standing in some enormous viewshed taking in the sensory gifts of the biosphere. In fact, perhaps the absence of scale-induced awe is one of the reasons virtual nature will likely never match the real thing. Burke's essential ingredient of vastness is hard to simulate on a screen, although a background soundtrack by John Williams certainly helps. Among other things, awe promotes curiosity, explains Anderson. This is because we experience things out of our normal frame of reference, things we can't easily categorize or understand. When we are curious, we are drawn out of ourselves. We seek information from others. With their mixture of fear, beauty, and mystery, these experiences also tend to get seared into our memory. I will probably never forget seeing my son's face for the first time, or peering into the Grand Canyon as a child, or watching northern lights swirl in an Alaskan sky or driving through a surreal lightning storm in Texas. We can also experience awe before very charismatic individuals like cult leaders, celebrities, kings, and fascist dictators, who embody a vastness of skill or might and are wise to cloak themselves with the trappings of status and an air of inaccessibility. Awe channels power. Melanie Rudd, who studies consumer psychology at the University of Houston, wanted to know if awe, by focusing our attention on the present moment, might expand our perception of time. Anything that could do this might be a great discovery given that there is a huge time famine in many societies in the world, as she put it, and this has a huge impact on mental and physical health, life satisfaction, depression, headaches, and hypertension. Nearly half of all Americans feel they do not have enough time on a daily basis. When Rudd induced either awe or happiness in her lab subjects, only awe led them to feel less time pressured, to report less impatience and to volunteer extra time to help others. These happened after quick interventions, such as looking at videos of whales and waterfalls, suggesting that images can indeed induce at least some feelings of awe. The implications of her work are huge for consumer advertising. Seen an ad lately for a new car? Chances are it's traveling through a magnificent landscape, not stuck on the beltway. Lots of things we buy can get framed in an experiential way, she said. Being in nature had the biggest effects we saw. Very few studies have looked at awe and behavior in the field, other than Piff's 1 minute of staring at trees. But if we look at our phones, don't tell Strayer, it's evident that people want to share experiences of awe. That's why we Instagram photos of sunsets and like videos of swarming starlings while savoring another great word, murmuration. We now experience small moments of awesomeness on a daily basis through our feeds and our screensavers. Perhaps these micro breaks help make up for the loss of the powerful and the vast connections to nature we used to experience when we spent more time outside, but the jury is still out on how much social media shapes our everyday experience of well-being, said Irvine's Piff. The fact that a discussion on awe finds itself circling back like so many discussions to our technology, made my 3 days unwired in the desert feel all the more radical. We've got awe. We've got it live right here in the ancient handprints and the umpteen gazillion stars and the fact that a nerdy bunch of students will head back to the city with new friends and a new way of looking at past and present. As to whether any of this will show up in our cranial currents, initial results seem promising. Strayer sent me the results from my wired-up river interlude, and they were consistent with his hypothesis. A colorful graph showed the power of my theta waves at a range of frequencies compared to samples from the 2 groups that stayed in the city. My theta signals were lower, indicating a prefrontal cortex on a brief vacation. What the graph doesn't tell us, though, is exactly where that energy is going in the rest of the brain. Although Strayer the scientist wants to keep unpacking the signals like a Matryoshka doll, Strayer the mountain man understands some mystery will remain, and that's okay. For millennia, humans alone or in small groups have at times sought out a sparer, more elemental connection to the forces of nature. They come because they are needing something, and they keep coming because they are finding it. Their pursuits may be spiritual, interpersonal, or emotional, deeply human and complex and unlikely to be explained in a bar graph. At the end of the day, said Strayer, his eyes grazing the horizon, we come out in nature not because the science says it does something to us, but because of how it makes us feel. 10. Water on the brain. Oh, Eeyore, you are wet, said Piglet, feeling him. Eeyore shook himself, and asked somebody to explain to Piglet what happened when you had been inside a river for quite a long time. A. Milne. Between every 2 pine trees there is a door leading to a new way of life. John Muir. He first American veteran on Idaho's main stem of the Salmon River was Captain William Clark. He and Lewis had split up to search for a route to the Pacific, but this one was not panning out. The rapids were too rough for the expedition's 1,000-pound dugout canoes, and the canyons proved too steep to portage around the whitewater. After exploring the upper reaches in moccasins, Clark complained, "I slipped and bruised my leg very much on a rock." With that, he etched his name in a pine tree and got the heck out of there. That was in 1805. Eventually, other explorers, fortune seekers and recluses followed, braving the rough terrain to stake mining claims downstream. True to its cognomen as the River of No Return, the river accommodated one-way traffic only. The miners built huge wooden boats laden with supplies and ventured down the rapids. If man and boat survived the passage, the boat would get cannibalized for a cabin and the miner would lay in for a long, long while. The steep country that hemmed in the river was never ideal for human habitation. In 1980, Congress made the isolation official, designating the river and its surrounding mountains the largest chunk of the wilderness system in the lower 48. The Frank Church River of No Return Wilderness, sometimes just called the Frank, stretches across 2.3 million acres in the part of Idaho that starts to get skinny. The river running through it carves a long, forested gorge deeper than the Grand Canyon. It was through that gorge that another group of American veterans, all women, all scarred emotionally and physically by their service, descended in the summer of 2014. Like Clark, they were also on a voyage of discovery in the American wilds. I wanted to witness it. If 1 minute of gazing up at a eucalyptus tree makes people more generous, and 3 days makes them more socially connected, calm, and inspired, what could a week unleash? Were the inverse PTSD effects of real, and if so, would they show up in the brains that needed them most? You have to be brave to venture down the salmon, and a little bit addled. This group of women, sponsored by an Idaho-based nonprofit called Higher Ground, was both. Participants had to be former or current members of the military who suffer from PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. When I learned the organization was willing to invite a journalist, I signed on. This was Higher Ground's first all-women's river trip. The plan was to float 81 miles of the river, try our skills at kayaking, rowing, and paddleboarding, non-mandatory, participate in processing groups and team-building activities, mandatory, eat together, collapse into tents, and then do it all over again the next day. On the 6th day, we'd leave the river, flying home off a dirt strip in small planes. Unlike the miners, we'd be returning to civilization, hopefully a little bit changed. The night before launching our boats at the end of a dirt road, I met up with the women, gathered on a restaurant patio for pizza in the no-traffic light town of Stanley, rimmed by the vaulting, aptly named Sawtooth Mountains. This clearly was not your usual river rat crowd. These women were on the whole younger, more ethnically diverse and less able-bodied. The 9 former service members carried an assortment of cigarettes, butch hairstyles, tattoos, piercings and physical supports that included a cane, orthopedic tape, and an arm splint. Collectively, they brought a small pharmacy's worth of anti-anxiety drugs, antidepressants, anti-seizure meds, painkillers, digestive aids, and sleeping pills. One service dog, Major, a yellow lab mix, wore a bib that read "Do Not Pet." The warning could have applied to anyone. Heavy-lidded and surly after a long day of travel, they were not about to smile for a bunch of Cowtown selfies. The recreation therapists, Brenna Partridge and Kirsten Webster, handed out matching black fleece jackets emblazoned with the unique crest of this unit HG714RA, which stood for Higher Ground, July 14, rafting. Other Higher Ground units, typically co-ed or all-Malay, might spend a week fly fishing or skiing or doing lake sports. Partridge smiled and asked us to introduce ourselves and talk about why we wanted to be on the trip. Marcia Anderson, some names, including hers, have been changed, described being medevaced out of Afghanistan on a stretcher, convinced for a while that she was already dead. It took her 13 months to relearn to walk. Now she felt angry, misunderstood by her family, and cheated of the sports she loved like surfing and cycling. She was hoping to find some new ones, along with new friends who had been through what she'd been through. Carla Garcia, 35, described how she'd volunteered for the first Iraq invasion in 2003 and then returned as a vehicle commander running fuel convoys across the war zone from Al-Taqaddum. In 2005, her truck hit a roadside bomb and she was blasted from it, landing on her head. Her driver died. During her third tour, in Mosul, another bomb exploded, crashing her head against the vehicle roof and pelting her with shrapnel. Garcia pulled her ailing driver from the smoking wreckage and fought off insurgents with her M16 until she passed out. She received both a Combat Action Badge and a Purple Heart, I found out later. Doctors induced a week-long coma to relieve pressure in her brain. Afterward, she had to learn how to talk. In addition to chronic pain, she suffers seizures, headaches, mood swings, and nightmares. She can't walk far, won't drive, and can barely stand being in any kind of vehicle. "I don't like crowds and I don't like people," she said. "This will be hard." After dinner, we grouped for the processing talk, our first one, to articulate goals for the trip. That's when Kate Day, a Navy vet in her 50s from Las Vegas, mentioned her 3-year stint of homelessness, a stay in a mental institution and her near inability to leave her house. 2 other women chimed in that they too had been institutionalized. One said she was still so depressed she didn't want to keep living. Another said her anger and misery had alienated her whole family. Another, sitting expressionless, said in a flat voice that she wanted some time to be in the moment and not zone out. A skinny blonde wearing a sparkly blue sundress and pink sunglasses, whom I'll call Pam Hannah, showed the opposite affect, maniacally chatty, never still. She woke up scared and crying because she hated airplanes and had successfully avoided them for years until this trip. Tanya Herrera, wearing a Gilligan-esque fishing hat under dark, cropped hair, talked about being limited by her body. First struck by shrapnel near Fallujah, then catapulted by a car bomb along her convoy route and finally struck by pieces of a collapsing mosque hit by a grenade, the former army gunner now had one working arm, a bad leg and a brain that didn't work too fast. 34 years old, she rarely left her house near Fort Bragg. It sucks to think that's the way life is going to be, stuck in a rut, she said. It seems like a life sentence. Petite with smooth skin, and a friendly, wide mouth, Herrera also told us that she now had trouble making friends, and on top of that, she had some serious hair issues. I used to have long hair but can't figure out how to do it with one arm, she said. I used to sit on my hair like media. I'm not that girly, but to have it stripped away from you is hard. I don't want to go to family weddings because I can't look pretty. Partridge, the group leader, gave Herrera her marching orders. Find someone to bond with. This is your unit now. In the days following, more details of their battered lives would come out during processing, in one-on-one talks or in small groups. As a general rule, the younger women had seen combat, even though technically they weren't supposed to be in combat roles at the time. That was a central irony of serving in recent wars, and yet, because they were women, it was often harder for them than for men to get diagnosed as having combat-related PTSD. Many of the older women were here because they suffered military sexual trauma, MST. One was gang-raped by 8 men, including her commanding officers, while stationed in Okinawa. Another was attacked in the Navy by her master-at-arms. Another was assaulted by a civilian while on leave in Europe. In only one instance did the perpetrators meet justice, and that was the civilian. In both types of PTSD, the consequences are similar, life-altering social, professional and psychological impairments. Every big war has its signature wounds. If the Civil War didn't kill you, you were likely to end up with amputations. Surgeons in World War I advanced the art of facial plastic surgery, mustard gas liquefied facial tissue. Gulf War veterans barely saw combat, but many suffer from mysterious symptoms believed to be linked to nerve agents. PTSD was common after most of these wars. Even Homer wrote about it, but it went by different names: shell shock, soldier's heart, combat fatigue. Frederick Law Olmsted, from whom I have a quote in just about every chapter, because, as well as being a badass nature guru, he was, like Zelig, witness to just about every significant beat of the 19th century, from plantation slavery to the gold rush to the invention of suburbia, described the Union soldiers after the Battle of Manassas as a disintegrated herd. They start and turn pale at the breaking of a stick or the crack of a percussion cap. It is a terrific disease. PTSD wasn't officially named and recognized by the Veterans Administration until 1980. In the general population, about 8% of us will experience PTSD. Among veterans, that figure is about 18%, but a recent examination of the data for over 1 million veterans of the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq found a 27% rate, with over 70% of that coexisting with depression. The fingerprints of the recent wars are so far clear: PTSD, traumatic brain injury, TBI, from explosives, and sexual assault. Some studies suggest that women experience PTSD at slightly higher rates than men, or they may just more readily admit to having it. According to the latest iteration of the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, symptoms of PTSD cluster around 4 subgroups: re-experiencing, flashbacks, nightmares, avoidance and withdrawal, bad moods and depression, and hyperarousal, such as jumpiness, vigilance, aggression, and sleep problems. Women, who now make up about 15% of the military, express some symptoms differently, experiencing higher rates of anxiety and eating disorders. They are 2 to 4 times more likely than other women to be homeless. Men have more problems with violent aggression and substance abuse, but plenty of women experience these also. By all indications, the women on our trip were like Tanya Herrera, who'd been an eager, straight-A high school student from North Philly, highly competent, enthusiastic recruits when they started out. Their intelligence and toughness were still in evidence. But pieces of them had crumpled. They no longer felt whole, or secure, or capable. Now they were grieving their lost selves. As Herrera put it during one group session, "I never thought I'd be 34 and unable to take care of myself. When I went to war, I thought either you die or you make it out. I didn't factor in what if you came out different than when you went in." The women described daily lives involving constant physical pain. They couldn't concentrate well. They were sometimes jumpy, depressed. They didn't like being with people, but they didn't like being alone all the time. The wars had taken away their ability to sleep well. It was time for the women to get out of their lives and into the river. The first named rapid, called Killam, came up fast. I was paddling one of the 4 inflatable kayaks, and I saw the kayak in front of me meet a short wall of water and flip. I hit the same cold sideways wave, my paddle dove, and I flipped too. Happily, the Class 2 and 3 rapids in this stretch are more wave than rock, and they are short, interspersed with deep, calm stretches. I managed to claw back into my boat. The 6 women paddling the raft cheered me and the other kayakers on. Many rapids followed before camp, and I was alternately exhilarated, nervous, cold and determined in that I am committed now kind of way. Entering a rapid, your vision narrows and so does your focus. Your heart rate picks up, your breath quickens, and your skin temperature rises. Your gut begins to tighten. In small doses like this, the adrenaline rush is fun. You feel present, the B-roll of your mind falls away, and there's a heady release of endorphins when you're safely through. Kayakers sometimes call paddling big water combat boating, and when hard-shell boaters roll their overturned kayaks back upright while still strapped in, it's called a combat roll. I saw the basic inanity of this metaphor while surrounded by these very real veterans. In war combat, the stress response isn't small or ephemeral. It's big. And it lasts for days, sometimes weeks, or months. It lasts so long that the brain changes more in some people than in others. Blame evolution. Our nervous systems are naturally hardwired for fear, telling us what to avoid and how to stay safe. Some psychologists argue that fear is our oldest emotion, existing in the earliest planetary life forms and predating even the drive to reproduce. It starts deep in our brainstem, in the milk dud-sized amygdala. When fear alone rules us, we lack the smarts to do much of anything creative, or interpersonal, or spatially demanding. Part of what makes us human is that our brains evolved a neocortex, the place where we plan and puzzle and tell ourselves we're being drama queens. A fright causes a neurological tug-of-war between the old and new brains. In the deep clutch of fear, our primitive brainstem overrides our problem-solving neocortex, and we become stupid. With PTSD, the brain stays locked into amygdala hyperdrive. Failing to bounce back to baseline, it loses the ability to distinguish between a real and a perceived threat. That's why soldiers with PTSD often cannot tolerate driving or shopping or loud noises even in safe places when they return home. But there's a reason we feel fear. It may have given us the gift of memory. The very reason we remember anything may be that we must remember near misses, narrowly avoided dangers, and attacks from predators and enemies. Thanks to fear, we enjoy the smell of Madeleines and the writers who write about them. At its root, PTSD is a memory disorder. Brain scans of people suffering PTSD show cellular and volume changes in the hippocampus, a region that helps process memories and sits very close to the amygdala. In frightened lab animals, the fear hormones glucocorticoids like cortisol, norepinephrine, or adrenaline flood receptors on the hippocampus and impair memory. It appears that persistent trauma memories shrink the hippocampus, and it's well established that PTSD leads to emotional as well as cognitive problems, such as poor focus and short-term memory deficits. Physiologically, chronic, heightened stress looks like this: higher blood pressure, cellular inflammation, and a higher risk for cardiac disease. Longitudinal studies show that veterans with PTSD are sicker, in more pain, and die younger than their non-PTSD peers. They are also 4.5 times more likely to have substance abuse issues. Veterans are twice as likely to be divorced, and female veterans commit suicide at nearly 6 times the rate of other women. Groups like Higher Ground, and there are many, from those offering surfing and fly fishing programs for vets to a hospital in Los Angeles that promotes bonding between humans and abused parrots with symptoms resembling PTSD, believe that engaging with nature or wildlife can reduce trauma symptoms. Adventure sports like kayaking provide a laser focus for an unfocused mind, as well as a welcome distraction from unwelcome thoughts. The physical exertion often leads to better sleep, and, as we've seen in previous chapters, the sensory elements of nature can calm the nervous system. Even knowing all this, I couldn't help but worry a bit about these women in such an uncontrolled environment. What if they got pinned on a rock or had a bad swim? One of the kayakers was Marcia Anderson, who'd been a ski racer in her youth in Wyoming. Now she had nerve damage in an arm and a leg from an explosion in Afghanistan in 2009, and she hurt all the time. After her injury, she couldn't walk for a year. She seemed fragile. When a rapid spat Anderson out of her inflatable boat in mid-afternoon, I held her boat next to mine and helped haul her back in. Then Herrera, riding in a double kayak, her right arm bearing her high-tech brace with a GoPro camera attached to it, went over. I wondered how she would get back in the high, slippery boat with one working arm, but her partner, a Higher Ground staffer, stayed in the river and heaved her over the gunwales. If these women came expecting a relaxing repose on the beach-lined river, this wasn't it. We weren't even allowed cocktails. Could they handle this sort of extreme adventure? These women lived in a constant playback of memories and anxieties. Maybe they should be home snuggling with their service dogs and using a rowing machine? Or maybe not. Anderson, a Korean American in her early 30s with short hair, sat smiling while she ate an egg roll that evening. "I never thought I'd go by myself down a river," she said. "I'm exhausted from the adrenaline." She recalled the words of a yoga instructor, "Anxiety is just excitement without breath." The river was teaching her to breathe. "I wasn't sure I was going to go back in and keep kayaking," she continued, "but I did, and I was trying to breathe in every rapid." She clearly liked being a badass. Who doesn't? As for Herrera, who was still relearning how to take basic care of herself, paddling a kayak was a revelation. She didn't seem to mind the unplanned swim at all. She found that she could tape her bad hand around the paddle shaft and use the other arm for most of the power. Seeing her in the boat, I was reminded of another one-armed veteran who made a similar river voyage 145 years ago, Major John Wesley Powell. Wounded during the Civil War and commissioned to survey the frothy Colorado, he seemed to relish every minute of it. "We have an unknown distance yet to run, an unknown river yet to explore. What falls there are, we know not, what rocks beset the channel, we know not, what walls rise over the river, we know not." When Herrera flipped, she even had the presence of mind to salvage her combat medal-bedecked Gilligan hat. "I was really happy that I was able to contribute and not have everyone do work for me," she said. "It was neat to do something physical. At home, I can barely get my own mail." The rafters, too, had a good day. Anja Mason, the expressionless army vet who had told us she wanted to stop zoning out, described almost having a panic attack on the boat, but then talking herself through it. She'd learned how to adapt to a wholly new situation, and she was pleased. Everyone was hungry. No one stayed up late. Manic Pam Hannah finished a cigarette and then fell asleep in front of her tent under the still bright northern Rockies sky at 8 p.m. I began the next day with my signature outdoor ailment, a bee sting. Catalina Lopez administered rubbing alcohol and Benadryl and told me to keep tabs on the swelling. A former army nurse, she had served for 15 years in the Balkans, Somalia, and Iraq, and was haunted by recurring dreams of blood and severed body parts. Once, while I was eating lunch, she had described watching an unconscious guard's brain swell in the hospital. She told me normal intracranial pressure was 10, but this guy's meter was reading 20, then 30, and then 85, and then I could see his cranium start to move. I looked at my sandwich. You see where I'm going with this? I nodded. Do you want me to stop? Yes, please. That second day, I joined the increasingly sociable paddle raft. At some point, Tanya Herrera, sitting on the raft tube across from me in the bow, started singing, "I Kissed a Bug and I Liked It." She told stories about being in Iraq. She was part of an all-woman transport truck they nicknamed the Maxi Pad. Then someone asked me why I wanted to write about breasts, the topic of my first book. That inspired Herrera to come up with a name for our rubber boat, the boob tube. It was a long day on the river, a hot, 20-mile paddle punctuated by swimming and a beachside lunch. The canyon in this section is steep and dotted with large ponderosa pines that emerge from shiny black gneiss outcrops. We were passing through the middle of the ancient Idaho batholith. Angela Day, a blonde, plump Navy veteran, bobbed along in her kayak like a mellow duck, not working too hard and giggling through the waves. Anderson, the nerve-damaged former ski racer, rode the stand-up paddleboard. In the rapids it became more of a kneeling board, and sometimes an upside-down board. In the afternoon, Nurse Lopez spilled out of her kayak in a tricky rapid. From the boob tube, I could see the panic in her face, the desperate gulps of air and water. She got back in the kayak, but she wasn't happy about it. At processing that evening, she looked defeated. Facilitator Partridge had asked the group what their passions were. "I used to be passionate about everything," said Lopez, whose PTSD and a chronic back injury got her medical retirement from the army. "Life, work, nature. Even today I was passionate about kayaking until, what the fuck, and now I expect to be disappointed by everything." She shrugged. "Maybe I'll get back in, I don't know." Anja Mason said she didn't know what she was passionate about. "I used to be passionate about my family." Connie Smith, a former Navy captain from Texas, said she was passionate about her work training service dogs. Angela Day said she was passionate about her relationship with the Lord. "Today, in the kayak, I was like, come on, Lord, bring it on. You can do better than that." Linda Brown, soft-spoken, in her 50s, said she was passionate about outdoor sports. "I can't say I'm passionate for any length of time, but I do believe I'm passionate about the outdoors, trees especially." Pam Hannah, still manic, bouncing on her chair, said, "I'm passionate about staying single and frickin' free. I'm loving it. Seriously." Herrera said she used to be passionate about her job in the army. "I was a lead gunner in Iraq, in a turret, with a headset. My kid dream came true, of a car that talked to me. I wanted to be Knight Rider with the biggest gun and the coolest clothes. I remember thanking God for allowing my dream to come true." She looked at the sand. "It's so hard to create a dream again and go forward. That's where I get stuck. How do I do that now with all these barriers, these health issues, the medicines, the bad relationships, no money, the disability?" Angela Day said, "I don't want to leave my safety zone." "You left it today on the river," Partridge said. "Yes. But it's become normal for me to leave the house only once a month to buy groceries. I do have a deep personal dream not to be that way. Like when you're on the river, Sometimes you have to ask for help, said Partridge. People have your back. It was the funnest day ever today, said Hannah. For you? Lopez glowered. We fell into a pattern of running the rapids, processing the day, making and breaking camp, telling stories, coming together sometimes and other times dropping off into pockets of introspection or quiet or just plain tiredness, not unlike riffles and eddies, the rhythm of the river. Before breakfast, we practiced group yoga. Several people grabbed a quick cigarette before they arranged themselves into lotus position, which never failed to crack me up. Day's dog, Major, lay at her feet at all times and seemed perplexed by the strange body positions. Even impassive Mason, who moved as little as possible, swiveled her torso for gentle twists. Skinny Hannah was usually cold but always smiled. I noticed she was babbling less. Each day, there was more laughter. Lopez created nicknames for our guides, who rowed the gear boats, cooked the food, set up our tents and then left us alone. They were all young, strong, and mostly male. She dubbed the clean-cut trip leader, Reed, Captain America. Another, bullier guy with long hair became Fabio. Like an army unit but with better hair, they had their jobs, routines, and ways of contributing to the group. Some were funny, some wise, some watchful. This is not unlike war, Herrera told me. There's something that can kill you. There's a tight group that depends on you for survival, and everyone is a part of it. Bonds develop that have meaning. Life is better when it's simple. Here, like in the army, you don't have 40 different options for toothpaste. You have your place. We all have it. It's no wonder there is a storied American legacy of damaged soldiers heading for the wilderness. The backwoods of Idaho, Montana, and Alaska are notoriously peopled by veterans. After Vietnam, men went there who felt misunderstood by civilization and found the greatest peace away from it. But despite its strong anecdotal legacy, the wilderness is not recognized by the Veterans Administration, or even by most psychologists, as a legitimate healing tool. It's largely been the veterans themselves, privately funded and socially inclined, who are driving the current renaissance of programs aimed at helping service members. David Scheinfeld, who has led outward-bound backpacking courses for veterans for 11 years, uses the term therapeutic adventure, but doesn't necessarily share that with the participants. He has seen so many lives transformed by 6-day trips in the wild that he decided to study them for his PhD in psychology from the University of Texas, Austin. He wanted to know what was making the approach successful while the other standard interventions, cognitive behavioral therapy and medication, were falling short. When Scheinfeld assessed 159 veterans, he found that outward-bound participants experienced 9 to 19% improvement in mental health. Vets in the control group showed no such gains. The outward-bound groups still showed the boost a month after the trips ended. Why did the trips work? Scheinfeld noted that the participants, mostly male, tended to encourage each other to give counseling another try and stick with it. There were always a couple in each group who were helped by counseling, and they became de facto mentors, he said. Because of this, the participants showed a greater openness seeking treatment after the trips, and they were less likely to drop out of treatment. Another reason for success, the trip itself, being in the wilderness and part of a supportive group, counted as extended therapy, and for many hours a day, not the usual 1 hour per week offered by the VA. It's hard for these guys to sit in a room with 4 walls and talk about their feelings, said Scheinfeld. It just happens best when they're in a natural setting. It draws them out. Other studies have shown similar results. Neil Lundberg of Brigham Young University looked at 22 participants from 2 higher ground trips in 2010. Compared to a similar group of veterans on a waiting list, they showed significant decreases of up to 40% in flashbacks, emotional numbing and hyperarousal after the trips. But not everyone is convinced. Craig Bryan, a psychologist and Air Force veteran who directs the University of Utah's National Center for Veterans Studies, remains skeptical of nature-based treatment. Most of the studies out there, he said, are small, lack a meaningful control group, and don't follow participants for very long. It's possible these treatments are better than existing treatments, but we just don't know, he said. We don't have the data to back it up. I want to see randomized control studies, bigger studies. To collect more data on its programs, Outward Bound is partnering with the Sierra Club and the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs to run a large pilot study out of the Seattle Veterans Administration. Between them, Outward Bound and the Sierra Club reach hundreds of veterans per year. Stacy Bear is helping to coordinate the study for Outward Bound. A veteran who credits his time in the wilderness with saving his life, Bear understands the need for better metrics. It's amazing to me that we don't know more, said Bear. I think we all believe in the power and mystery of the great outdoors, but these are difficult things to quantify by science. Is it difficult to do a double-blind control study in nature? Very. I don't think we have to hit that standard, but we have to have a more systematic approach to how we evaluate the effects of the outdoors. During the last days on the river, we floated through a landscape that had been ravaged by wildfire in 2000 and again in 2012. At the site of the older blaze, new teenaged evergreens were rising. Around the charred stalks of the more recent fire lay a carpet of brilliant green grass. It was a powerful reminder that life cycles onward. One morning I sat on a big gear raft next to Linda Brown, the older vet who had been institutionalized for depression. She sat with her arms wrapped around her life jacket, her sandaled feet propped on the front tube of the boat. The trees can't control their lives, she'd said, speaking so softly she practically whispered. We can't always control what happens to us. The trees can teach us acceptance and metamorphosis. Months later, most of the women of Unit HG 714RA would look back and say rafting in Idaho helped them on their long journeys to recovery. At least one of them, Catalina Lopez, nurse of Exploding Heads, would say it didn't. Statistically, this seems about right. In other mental health studies, for example in Finland, about 15% of subjects remain wholly unmoved by their time in nature. Sometimes it's because they just hate it there. They hate the bugs, the breeze, the big sky. Their nervous systems will never calm down outdoors. That wasn't Lopez's problem. She said the trip just wasn't nearly long enough. Not long enough for her to turn off her nightmares. Not long enough to stop her from sleep driving through corn stubble at midnight on Ambien. Not long enough for her to start believing again in other people. Certainly not long enough to gain confidence swimming through swift currents. Many wilderness therapy programs for troubled adolescents run weeks and weeks, even months. Although Higher Ground gives each participant a recreation fund to keep pursuing an outdoor sport at home, Lopez told me she still hadn't decided whether she would use it. But Marcia Anderson and Carla Garcia would go surfing, sometimes together, in Southern California. Formerly passive Anja Mason had joined a gym, determined to lose 20 pounds. I was amazed at her transformation. She now routinely hikes near her home, and she wanted camping gear. Pam Hanna had been cycling and wanted to use her rec funds to buy a mountain bike. As for Herrera, she told me she was signing up for another river trip, this time with Outward Bound. I liked the river. I liked to be successful, she said. And she was scoping out other programs as well, a shooting trip in the countryside in Alabama, maybe skydiving or rock climbing if she could find a place that adapts to disabilities. I want to find something to do every summer, she said. And, she told me with pride, she was growing her hair out. 11. Please pass the hacksaw. Childhood is, or has been, or ought to be, the great original adventure, a tale of privation, courage, constant vigilance, danger, and sometimes calamity. Michael Chabon. BY second grade, it was clear that although Zach Smith could sit in a chair, he had no intention of staying in it. He was disruptive in class, spoke in a loud voice and had a hard time taking turns. His parents fed him a series of medications for ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, many of which didn't work. Zach, who attended school in West Hartford, Connecticut, was placed in special classrooms, where he showed a propensity for lashing out. Twice suspended, he was miserable. He didn't seem to care about anything at school. When his parents realized that his path would likely lead to worse trouble, they pulled the ripcord on 8th grade. Where Zach eventually landed was spread-eagled on an east facing slab of quartzite in Pendleton County, West Virginia. His chin-length, strawberry blonde hair curled out beneath a minion yellow helmet. A harness cinched his t-shirt, the sleeves of which have been ripped off, obscuring the Call of Duty, Advanced Warfare lettering. "I have a wedgie," he bellowed out from 20 feet up. Belaying him was another 14-year-old, scrawny, Ernest Daniel. Earlier in the day, Daniel had asked, "Do I have to belay? I'm only 95 pounds. Both kids still looked a little apprehensive, but there was no question they were paying full attention to the wall of rock and to the rope that united them. Yesterday in ground school, under a picnic awning in a campground near Seneca Rocks, they and 12 other scrappy kids from the academy at SOAR learned how to tie figure eights and prasiques, the knots that would save their lives. Their ages spanned 5 years, but crossing this vast spectrum of puberty, the younger kids looked like they could be the square roots of the biggest ones. Physically, Zach occupied an awkward middle ground, lanky and knock-kneed, sporting an alarmingly deep voice behind a crooked smile. He gradually moved his right foot to a new nub and pulled himself higher. He scrabbled upward, finally victoriously slapping a carabiner on the top rope before rappelling down. "Oh man, my arms hurt," he said at the bottom, his pale cheeks flushed from sun and exertion. Daniel accidentally stepped on the climbing rope and, per the rules, had to kiss it. This happened so often no one remarked on it. For a moment both boys cheered on Tim, a small boy from Atlanta with eyeglasses so thick they looked like safety gear. The aspirational name tape on the back of his helmet read T-Bone Sizzler. A group chant began, "Go Tim, go, go Tim." Before enrolling in the outdoor adventure-based boarding school for grades 7 through 12, Zach, like a lot of these boys, had already spent some summers at SOAR, a well-established camp based in Balsam, North Carolina, for kids with ADHD and related learning disabilities. Its founding principle, radical several decades ago and still surprisingly underappreciated, was that kids with ADHD thrive in the outdoors. Since then, ADHD diagnoses have exploded to the point where 11% of American teens are said to have it, while recess, physical education, and kids' access to nature have miserably shriveled. Zach's first SOAR summer involved a 3-week stint of horsepacking in Wyoming. Before the trip, he would have preferred to stay home and play video games. "I hated nature," as he put it. But something clicked under the wide Wyoming skies. He found he was able to focus on tasks, he was making friends and feeling less terrible about himself. Zach turned his restlessness into a craving for adventure, which is perhaps what it was meant to be all along. The human brain evolved outside, in a world filled with interesting things, but not an overwhelming number of interesting things. Everything in a kid's world was nameable: foods, creatures, constellations. We were supposed to notice passing distractions; if we didn't, we could get eaten. But we also needed a certain amount of stick-to-itiveness so we could build tools, stock game, raise babies, and plan big. Evolution favored early humans who could both stay on task and switch tasks when needed, and our prefrontal cortex evolved to let us master the ability. In fact, as David Strayer and his marching band of neuroscientists in Moab made clear, our nimbleness in allocating our attention may be one of humanity's greatest skills. Most of our ancestors had brains that craved novelty and that wanted to explore, to a degree. This worked out for us. Our species expanded into more habitats than any creature the Earth had ever seen, to the point where humans plus our pets and livestock now account for 98% of the planet's terrestrial vertebrates. But evolution also favored some variability in our brains, and some of us pushed exploration more than others, or were simply more comfortable in the new, unfamiliar habitats. These are the sensation seekers among us, the ones who thrive in dynamic environments and can respond quickly to new information. We have come to see the restlessness that was once adaptive as a pathology. A recent advertisement for an ADHD drug listed the symptoms to watch for: may climb or run excessively, have trouble staying seated. It's worth taking a look into the brains of kids like Zach, because not only do these kids need nature-based exploration, but exploration needs them. Zach and his tethered gang of misfits hold clues to the adventure impulses lurking in all of us, impulses that are increasingly at risk in a world moving indoors, onto screens and away from nature. Attentional mutants everywhere have saved the human species, and they may yet spare us from Michael Chabon's dreary pronouncement that the wilderness of childhood is gone, the days of adventure are past. But first, we have to understand the connections between learning and exploration, childhood, play and the natural world. If spending time in nature could be so helpful to adults, I wondered what it could mean for adolescents whose brains were still so pliant. Since kids learn everything faster than we do, it made sense that the outdoors could provide huge payoffs to kids who needed a mental recharge or a new framework for learning. Could being outside help them change patterns of emotion and attention? The fact is, all human children learn by exploration. So I had to wonder if we are cutting them off at the knees, not just with medication, but through overstructured, overmanaged classrooms and sports teams, less freedom to roam and ever more dazzling indoor seductions. Modern life has made all of us, along with our kids, distractible and overwhelmed. As McGill neuroscientist Daniel Levitin explains, we consume 74 gigabytes of data every day. After school, teens now spend vastly more waking hours on screens than off them. The digital age is profoundly narrowing our horizons and our creativity, not to mention our bodies and physiological capabilities, said adventure photographer James Baylog, even as his hard-won chronicles of a changing planet are delivered to millions digitally. Yet Baylog, who roamed the hills until dark as a kid in rural New Jersey, can hardly get his 8th-grade daughter off her phone. "These are hours not being spent outside," he said. "It kills me. It's one thing to let kids unplug and run loose in the woods in summer, but taking the whole academic year outside the SOAR students alternate 2 weeks on a forested campus and 2 weeks in the field reflects either parental desperation, intrepid educational insight, or a combination of the two." Zach's backstory as an institutional rapscallion is a common one, especially among boys, who are diagnosed with ADHD at more than twice the rate of girls. History is full of examples of the fortunate ones who went on to become celebrated iconoclasts like wilderness advocate John Muir, who spent his early childhood sneaking out at night, dangling from the windowsill by his fingertips, and scaling treacherous seaside cliffs in Dunbar, Scotland. Frederick Law Olmsted hated school. His indulgent headmaster used to let him roam the countryside instead. Mark Twain left school at 12, yet clearly believed in the value of a good float trip. Ansel Adams's parents plucked their restless boy out of school, gave him a box brownie camera, and took him on a grand tour of Yosemite. It was unschooling, California style. Olmsted, looking back on his life, identified the problem as the stifling classroom, not troublesome boys. "A boy," he wrote, "who would not in any and under all ordinary circumstances, rather take a walk of 10 to 12 miles sometime in the course of every day than sit quietly about a house all day, must be suffering from disease or a defective education." The academy at SOAR, accredited for just the last 3 years, was determined to find a better way. The school enrolls just 32 students, 26 of them boys, divided into 4 mixed-age houses. Each kid has an individualized curriculum, and the student-teacher ratio is 5 to 1. Tuition is a steep $49,500 per year, on a par with other boarding schools, although you won't find a Hogwartsian dining hall or stacks of leather-bound books. The school still covers the required academics, as well as basic life skills like cooking, but finds that the kids pay more attention to a history lesson while standing in the middle of a battlefield or a geology lecture while camping on the Ordovician Formation. "We started from scratch," said Source Executive Director John Wilson, who began working there as a camp counselor in 1991. We're not reinventing the wheel, we threw out the wheel. The school's founders didn't have any particular allegiance to adventure sports, they just found that climbing, backpacking, and canoeing were a magical fit for these kids, at these ages, when their neurons are exploding in a million directions. When you're on a rock ledge, Wilson says, there's a sweet spot of arousal and stress that opens you up for adaptive learning. You find new ways of solving problems. Frances Kuo, the University of Illinois researcher known for her window studies in public housing, has also examined the relationship between ADHD and outdoor activity. Her studies have been small but suggestive. In one experiment, exposure to nature reduced reported symptoms of ADHD in children threefold compared with staying indoors. In another, she had 17 children aged 8 to 11 with ADHD walk for 20 minutes with a guide in 3 different settings: a residential neighborhood, an urban downtown street, and a park setting. After the park walk, they performed so much better memorizing numbers in backward sequence that the improvement was equal to the difference between having ADHD or not having it, as well as to the difference between not being medicated at all and experiencing the peak effects of common ADHD medication. More recently, a study of 2,000 children in Barcelona found that those who spent more time playing in green spaces were reported by parents to have somewhat milder symptoms of inattention and hyperactivity. In a 2004 paper, Kuo and her colleague, Andrea Faber-Taylor, proposed an explanation for how attention restoration theory might apply. The right prefrontal cortex, the brain's organizing, judging, task-focusing real estate, is known to be less active in children with ADHD. If nature allows the right prefrontal cortex to recharge, it could boost attention in these kids. ADHD symptoms, it turns out, are somewhat contextual. If you're the sort of person who thrives on chaos and stimulation like a lot of extreme athletes, sitting in school all day may well suck out your soul. But with the rise of industrialism, educators thought all kids should be in standardized classrooms. ADHD got its start 150 years ago when compulsory education got started, said Stephen Hinshaw, a psychologist at the University of California, Berkeley. In that sense, you could say it's a social construct. Not only will exploratory kids feel bored and inadequate in conventional schools, he said, the constrained setting actually makes their symptoms worse. Maria Montessori went so far as to suggest in 1920 that middle schoolers should ditch lecture-based instruction altogether and head for farm and nature schools where they can move around and learn by doing. For kids like Zach Smith, school feels especially stifling and rule-bound. They act up, they may get moved into an even more restrictive environment, sometimes with chain-link fences, guards, and neurotropic meds that go beyond ADHD to deal with the ensuing anxiety, depression, and aggression. Sometimes they end up in trouble, or, as Zach feared might happen to him, getting gooned in the middle of night by burly strangers who would pack him off to a residential therapeutic program that may look like Outward Bound in the brochure but end up feeling like a gulag. Interestingly, researchers have observed similar patterns in lab rats, who, let's face it, suffer the ultimate cosmic gooning. When Jake Panksepp, a neuroscientist at Washington State University, restricted the free exploration and play of his young rats, their frontal lobes, which control executive function, failed to grow properly. As adults, they behaved like rat-style sociopaths. We had the insight that if animals don't play, if there are not sufficient spaces for them to engage, they develop play hunger, said Panksepp. They have impulse control problems and eventually problems with social interactions. In contrast, animals given time to play appear to develop deeper and more durable neural hardware. Panksepp's studies show that just 30-minute play sessions help young rats release brain growth factors and activate hundreds of genes in the frontal cortex. He points out that while common stimulant medications for ADHD like Ritalin and Adderall may improve attention skills and academic performance in many kids, they do so at the cost of killing the exploration urge, at least temporarily. We know these are anti-play drugs, he said. That is clear and unambiguous. The bigger question is whether the drugs and all the enforced sedentary behavior squeeze the adventure impulse out of kids longer term. Psychologists tend to disagree on this point, but the truth is, no one really knows. It's not a boutique question. Of the 6.4 million diagnosed kids in America, half are taking prescription stimulants, an increase of 28% since 2007. When some of the teens first arrived at SOAR, they were still putting their clothes on backward. They forgot to eat or they couldn't stop. They lashed out in anger and they were easily frustrated. ADHD symptoms appear to express themselves differently in boys and girls. The classic symptoms in boys, which are better understood, are hyperactivity, impulsivity, and distractibility. We all sit somewhere on the continuum of these traits, but people with more severe symptoms appear to have different chemistry in the parts of their brains governing reward, movement, and attention. They may have trouble listening or sitting still, and they get distracted by external stimuli. Easily bored, they tend to be risk takers, looking for charged activities that help flood their brains with the feel-good neurotransmitters like dopamine, serotonin, and norepinephrine, which otherwise get gummed up in the ADHD brain. Kids with ADHD are more likely to suffer head injuries, accidentally ingest poisons, and take street drugs. Long-standing research suggests that kids like Zach, and indeed, most kids, would be better off in dynamic outdoor learning environments from the very beginning. As Aaron Kenny, founder of Cedasong Nature School on Vashon Island, Washington, has put it, children cannot bounce off the walls if we take away the walls. It's what the man who founded kindergarten had in mind in the first place. Friedrich Froebel was born in 1782 near Weimar, in the heart of Germany's ancient forests and lush vales. A student of natural history who came of age under the spell of Romanticism, he was a lover of the French philosopher Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Everything is good as it comes from the hands of the author of nature, Rousseau wrote to Froebel's delight, but everything degenerates in the hands of man. In Émile, Rousseau made a case for cultivating curiosity and freedom in childhood. This radical notion came to influence every aspect of progressive education. In Froebel's day, children under the age of 7 typically stayed at home or were farmed out to creches of convenience. Froebel understood that an education filled with nature and art could instill a lifelong readiness to learn. He believed children would also pick up emotional skills like empathy, as well as a profound sense of the interconnection of all living things. After working in primary education for a number of years, he started a school for small children in 1837. It was while walking in the woods, that he came up with the name, kindergarten. In it, children would absorb the natural world through all their senses. They would grow plants outdoors, exercise, dance, and sing. They would manipulate simple objects like blocks, wooden spheres, and colored papers, thus learning, almost despite themselves, the universal laws of geometry, form, physics, and design. Froebel didn't believe in lockstep lesson plans. Children, he said, should be guided largely by their own curiosity and self-activity. For a while, the idea caught on, but the Prussian government, fearful of instilling free play and, by extension, free atheistic thinking, shut down public kindergartens before Froebel's death in 1852. Still, his ideas resonated with scores of wealthy, well-connected women who became phenomenally successful international missionaries for the cause. It was the seed pearl of the modern era, and it was called kindergarten, argues Norman Brothers Terman in his compelling history, Inventing Kindergarten. Childhood would never quite be the same. Although, as kindergarten spread to other nations, including America, the concept changed in ways that would have made Froebel hurl an abacus. He had opposed formal lessons for this age group, and didn't even want alphabetical letters on blocks. But in the late 19th century, educators saw the need to prepare children, especially working-class children, for an industrial work life. Kindergarten shifted to more time indoors and the lessons became more programmatic. Despite a brief flirtation with nature schools in the 1960s and 1970s, American kindergarten continued its relentless slouch into sit-down academics. But Froebel's nature-centric ideas didn't disappear from Europe. To this day, European kids aren't taught reading and math in earnest until they reach age 7. Germany has more than 1,000 forest kindergartens called walled kindergarten, and they are growing in popularity across Northern Europe. In these preschools, kids are out in all kinds of weather, playing with natural materials and pretty much having a ball. I'd visited a school called Auchlone in Perthshire, Scotland, where kids ran happily around climbing trees, playing house in twig teepees and hosting a funeral for a dead frog. For snack time, a 4-year-old boy helped light a campfire for making popcorn. The school's director, Claire Warden, is a big fan of kids and fire. She's also a proponent of preschoolers handling knives and challenging themselves physically. She'd told me how after a large tree fell over during a storm, the children had spent days sawing and pounding off sharp bits to make it safer to climb upon. This, she explained, launched a typical, nature-based curriculum. The kids improved their manual dexterity, learned about cause and effect, and practiced teamwork. Warden knows some of these ideas might be shocking to American parents and their notions of bubble-wrapped childhoods. "We can't avoid all risk," she'd said. As if on cue, a boy in yellow boots stalked by carrying a junior hacksaw. Junior hacksaw would be an oxymoron in America, but here it's another teaching tool. Earlier, I'd seen the same boy with a potato peeler. "What we do is hazard assessment, not risk avoidance," she'd said. Schools that are boring and not engaging will end up costing parents and taxpayers millions when these children are teens. Today, a tenth of preschoolers in Scandinavia spend nearly their entire days outside, and another huge percentage spends a significant portion outdoors. In Finland, outdoor play is integrated into the day throughout primary school to an astonishing degree. It's common for students to be turned out for 15 minutes out of every hour. When I was in Finland, I'd asked a 6th grade teacher named Johanna Peltola why. She was, like many Finns, extremely pragmatic. "When they go outside and get fresh air, they think more clearly," she said. And yet, while American education experts sing the praises of the Finnish school system, celebrating the nation's high spot in global academic standings, they routinely ignore the fresh air factor. Outdoor play isn't even mentioned in Amanda Ripley's chapter on Finland in The Smartest Kids in the World. Interestingly, Finland reports the same percentage of children diagnosed with ADHD as the United States, about 11%, mostly boys. But while most adolescents in the US are taking medication, most in Finland are not. What Frobel believed, and the Finns practice, science has affirmed. Nature play enhances at least 2 activities known to develop children's cognitive and emotional development: exercise and exploratory play. A large meta-analysis of dozens of studies concluded that physical activity in school-age children, 4-18, increases performance in a trove of brain matter: perceptual skills, IQ, verbal ability, mathematic ability, academic readiness. The effect was strongest in younger children. Even more intriguing, researchers at Pennsylvania State University have found that early social skills matter more than academic ones in predicting future success. They followed 750 children for 20 years. The children whose kindergarten teachers rated them as having strong abilities to cooperate, resolve conflicts and listen to others were less likely to later be unemployed, develop substance abuse problems, get arrested, live in public housing, or go on welfare. Germany sponsored an even more ambitious study in the 1970s. There, researchers tracked graduates of 100 kindergartens. Half the programs were play-based, although not necessarily outdoors, and half were academic and instruction-based. The academic students made initial gains, but by grade 4 they had fallen behind their play-based peers on every scholastic and socio-emotional measure used. In a move that would have warmed Frobel's art stations, Germany reversed its trend toward academic kindergartens. But, alas, not the United States, where little kids spend more time at their desks than ever. Preschoolers in the United States average just 48 minutes of exercise a day in their schools, even though the recommended level is 2 hours, according to a 2015 paper published in Pediatrics. Of that 48 minutes, only 33 minutes is outside. A 2009 study in Pediatrics found that 30% of third graders get fewer than 15 minutes of recess a day, and another study found that 39% of African American students had no recess compared to 15% of white students. Parents aren't helping much either. Jane Clark, a University of Maryland professor of kinesiology, calls toddlers containerized kids as they spend increasing time in car seats, high chairs, and strollers, and then shift into sedentary media consumption. According to the Outdoor Foundation's research, funded by the U.S. National Park Service and outdoor industry manufacturers, participation in outdoor activities declined among all children, but declined the most, 15% among 6 to 12-year-olds between 2006 and 2014. Those figures include hiking, camping, fishing, cycling, paddling, skateboarding, surfing, wildlife viewing and other activities, and do not include organized sports. In 2004, 70% of U.S. mothers recalled that they had played freely outside themselves when they were children, yet only 31% allowed their children to do the same, despite a drop in crime since then. British children seem equally tethered. Since the 1970s, their children's radius of activity, the area around the home where kids are allowed to roam unsupervised, has declined by almost 90%, according to a report by the National Trust. While 80% of 7 and 8-year-olds walked to school in 1971, by 1990 fewer than 10% did so. In the UK, 2/3 of school children do not know acorns come from trees. At SOAR, many students arrive on meds, and many stay on them. At all times, the instructors carry sealed messenger bags full of pharmaceuticals strapped to their torsos like baby marsupials. Though Wilson emphasized that SOAR is not a way to get kids off ADHD medication, some do find that they can taper off. Zach's parents told me they were planning to toss his anxiety drugs during his upcoming holiday break, and they expected to lower the dose of his stimulant as well. The changes in him have been nothing short of miraculous, said his mother, Marlene DePical. Now he's just happy. If, as the research suggests, outdoor free play is so important to kids' physical and mental health, you might expect to see evidence of illness during this seismic generational shift indoors. And in fact, that's exactly what you see, although it's impossible to draw a direct line to a particular cause. The stats are alarming. Preschoolers are the fastest growing market for antidepressants in the United States. More than 10,000 American preschoolers are being medicated for ADHD. Teenagers today have 5 to 8 times more clinically significant scores for anxiety and depression compared to young people born in the 1950s. Since 1999, the U.S. suicide rate has increased for nearly all groups, with the steepest rise 200% among girls 10 to 14 years old. It's well known that childhood obesity rates have tripled and allergy and asthma rates have increased dramatically in the U.S. in the last 3 decades. According to data from the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, nearly 1 in 10 children has a vitamin D deficiency. That's 7.6 million children. And get this, 2/3, another 50.8 million, are considered vitamin D insufficient. We need sunlight for all sorts of bodily processes, from regulating our sleep and diurnal rhythms to facilitating proper bone growth to boosting immunity. The problem has gotten so bad that rickets, a disease caused by lack of vitamin D, which had been virtually eradicated, has begun to show up in pockets of the UK and America. The incidence has quadrupled in the 2 countries' children in the last 15 years. When you put little kids in green environments, even if it's just some lawn and shrubbery, they start moving. In schools with conventional urban playgrounds, the boys tend to run around more than the girls. But studies in Sweden show the exercise gap between boys and girls narrows in more naturalistic environments. Nature levels gendered play. The kids in forest kindergartens also tend to get sick less often than their indoor peers, and they host a healthier, more diverse array of microbacteria in their bodies. Zach Smith is one of the lucky ones. Privileged kids have tons of options, from summer camp to beautifully landscaped schools. But if we really care about children's health, connecting more kids to nature and shaking up early and elementary education, we're going to have to figure it out where most of us actually live and work, in cities, in housing developments and neighborhoods, and in public and private schools. I asked my son, now in 7th grade in DC, how many minutes of recess he gets per day. Recess? We probably haven't had recess in 3 months. This was a problem. I called the head of his junior high. I know, she said, putting on her appease the unhinged mother voice. I wish they could go outside more, too, but it's been too muddy, and then the corridors get muddy. In other words, it was a janitorial problem. In Finland, kids keep their boots by the front door. Maybe schools in the United States don't need more iPads and test prep, maybe they just need more wellies. Frankly, there's no time to waste. While active exploration improves learning in both kids and adults, it's adolescents like Zach whose prefrontal cortex is in the very midst of laying down a lifetime of neurons who seem to benefit the most. John Green and Megan Eddy, biobehavioral psychologists at the University of Vermont, exercised some adult and teenaged rats, and then gave them a task to remember how to find food in a maze. The young rats who exercised bested the adults who exercised, doing as well as rats on Ritalin. It seemed the playful, exploratory, and physical adolescent years exist to boost learning in mammals, just as Source Wilson intuited. Or, as Green more formally put it, the adolescent prefrontal cortex is ready to be molded by environmental experience. So there you have it, the time is now. There's a limited window of opportunity to best launch these kids, and perhaps, in so doing, to safeguard a future of innovative exploration by the very kids who are wired to do it better than anybody else. The ADHD population is an advance guard. If they can recognize how to better adapt their environments for their brains, there's hope for the rest of us. One thing is clear, human brains seem to grow best when they get some time outside. After many years languishing in the formica-filled classrooms of West Hartford, Zach Smith was ready. He and his pals gathered around the fire pit back at camp, bellies full of hamburgers and bread and butter pickles. It was very dark out. Tomorrow all 14 kids would make it the 4 pitches up Seneca Rocks. A couple of days after that, they'd backpack across the Dolly Sods Wilderness area, and then they'd visit Stonewall Jackson's grave and read poetry written by the general's sister-in-law. For now, they were tired, if not exactly mellow. Zach's job for the day was Captain Planet, meaning mighty take route of trash. Another kid named Max was scribe. At 16, Max was an expeller of colossal farts, and proud of it. I don't do anything halfway in the outdoors, he said. He had shared with me on the trail that he was also an expert squirrel hunter, climber, and river runner. When he is done with school, he intends to find a job guiding. Beturbaned in a purple bandana, he opened the group journal and prepared to record notes of the day's events under the narrow beam of a red headlamp. Zach was lying on his back and looking up at the stars. He was impressed. "We don't have these at home," he said. Part 5. The City in a Garden. 12. Nature for the rest of us. If man is not to live by bread alone, what is better worth doing well than the planting of trees? Frederick Law Olmsted. In 2008, our species crossed a significant Rubicon of habitat. For the first time, a majority of us lived in cities. We could now be called, as at least one anthropologist has suggested, Metro sapiens. And we're not done. Globally, 2 billion more people will move to cities in the next 30 years. By 2030, there will be 590 million urbanites just in India. China is already half urban, so is Liberia, and the percentage of urbanites in Bangladesh and Kenya quadrupled in recent years. This momentous urban migration could be a good thing. Cities are often the most creative, wealthiest, and most energy-efficient places to live. City dwellers typically experience better sanitation, nutrition, education, gender equality, and access to health care, including family planning, than their rural counterparts. The world's growing megacities, though, are not generally the centers of enlightenment that we might hope. In Kinshasa, a city of more than 11 million in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, per capita yearly income is $250. Harvard economist Ed Glazer has asked how a megacity with such a poor population can be anything but a hell on earth. Making cities like Kinshasa livable, he argues, is the great challenge of our century. Cities will have to figure out how to cram more people into smaller areas without everyone going literally crazy. Back in 1965, animal behaviorist Paul Leyhausen described what happened to cats in unnaturally crowded environments: they become more aggressive and despotic, turning into a spiteful mob. In similar conditions, Norway rats forget how to build nests and start eating their own. In confined primates, hormonal systems get goofy and reproduction can plummet. So what about us? Extensive reviews of the medical literature show a 21% increase in anxiety disorders, a 39% increase in mood disorders and a doubled risk of schizophrenia in city dwellers. Urban living is associated with increased activity in the brain's amygdala, the fear center, and in the perigenual anterior cingulate cortex, a key region for regulating fear and stress. Meanwhile, a study from Portugal found that people living near industrial grey space, as opposed to green space, reported decreased use of coping strategies and less optimism. That last bit is not trivial. Optimism is associated with healthier behaviors, lower triglycerides, and mental resilience. We could use some more resilience. Globally, depression is responsible for more healthy years lost than any other condition, according to the World Health Organization. Now that I'd learned about the ways in which being in nature changes our brains for the better, it was time to figure out how to bring the lessons back to where most of us live, in cities. Here are some of the essential take-homes. We all need nearby nature. We benefit cognitively and psychologically from having trees, bodies of water, and green spaces just to look at. We should be smarter about landscaping our schools, hospitals, workplaces, and neighborhoods so everyone gains. We need quick incursions to natural areas that engage our senses. Everyone needs access to clean, quiet and safe natural refuges in a city. Short exposures to nature can make us less aggressive, more creative, more civic-minded and healthier overall. For warding off depression, let's go with the Finnish recommendation of 5 hours a month in nature, minimum. But as the poets, neuroscientists, and river runners have shown us, we also at times need longer, deeper immersions into wild spaces to recover from severe distress, to imagine our futures and to be our best civilized selves. Basically, we need hits from a full spectrum of doses of nature. Is it even possible that mega-urban habitats could provide them? To see how an optimist might view our crowded future, I went to a city where the future has arrived, Singapore. It's unusual for being both a city and a country, the only one in the world. More than 5 million Singaporeans, about 8 times the population of Washington, D.C., live on an area only 4 times larger. Singapore is the 3rd densest country on Earth. It is, as planners say, hyperdense. Primatologist Michael Gummert, who teaches at Singapore's Nanyang Technological University, calls the city a human experiment. It must increase stress in ways we don't fully understand, he told me. We're undergoing self-domestication, said Gummert. Will Metro sapiens evolve fast enough to adapt? When I pictured Singapore, I thought of the ban on chewing gum and public spitting, enforced by arcane punishment like caning. Ridiculed globally for these policies, the city-state brings to mind Nanny McPhee meets the death penalty. But then I heard about Singapore's green walls, its lavish parks and vertical farming, how it is sometimes considered the top biophilic city in the world. Flying in, it's immediately obvious that this is a verdant megalopolis, with huge housing blocks interspersed with lush greenery. The roadway from the airport is bordered by palm trees, flowering shrubs, and a spreading green canopy. This isn't surprising in a tropical island, but then I learned that this part of the city rests on reclaimed damaged land. Massive deforestation had left the place barren of nutrients. Every one of those trees and shrubs was planted on imported soil. Like an insecure diva, the city wants you to notice. My hotel and many other buildings downtown looked like chia plants, every few stories and sometimes entire walls sprouting cascading layers of plants. You can wake up and start grazing, joked my cab driver as he dropped me off. I thought a good place to start diving into the country's nature ethic might be the world-class, 155-year-old Singapore Botanic Garden, which is large, open 19 hours a day, and free. A new UNESCO World Heritage Site, it's also the headquarters for the country's powerful National Parks Agency. I ducked out of a downpour and into the administrative building, where I was met by bespectacled Yeo Meng Tong, the affable director of Parks Development. In most nations, the parks departments are small, underfunded, and scrappy. But this country spends 200 million Singapore dollars per year to develop scenery, as Yeo put it. That equals 0.6% of the national budget, 5 times the share the National Park Service gets from the U.S. federal budget. No wonder he was smiling. Yeo told me he was born in 1963, 2 years before the former British colony cleaved from Malaysia. Under the 50-year leadership of one ruling party and mostly one man, the late Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew, Singapore grew into the third most successful economy in the world, ranked higher than the United States on GDP per capita, educational attainment, standard of living and life expectancy. Its accomplishments are all the more impressive given that the place had virtually no exportable natural resources, little room to expand, and a surging population made up of a potentially volatile mix of ethnicities. Lee Kuan Yew, or LKY, as he's fondly known, planted a public tree in a traffic circle soon after he took office, setting off what would become a personal obsession. Singapore was soon importing thousands of trees and hiring small armies of arborists and horticulturalists. He launched a garden city plan that later morphed into a more ambitious city in a garden vision. In his memoir, he writes, "After independence, I searched for some dramatic way to distinguish ourselves from other third world countries. I settled for a clean and green Singapore. One arm of my strategy was to make Singapore into an oasis in Southeast Asia. As Yeo proudly told me, if you add up the forest preserves, the pocket parks, undeveloped land, and the manicured street trees, half of Singapore's 276 square miles is under some sort of green cover. We try to create more green in every inch of space we can find," he said. The city daylighted and landscaped its once utilitarian canals, adding paths, so it now offers 300 kilometers of green corridors that connect the many parks. When a new development goes in, the builders must figure out how to more than replace the nature it displaced, by making green roofs, integrated gardens, parks over parking lots, and so on. The government will help fund the extra costs. I visited several mesmerizing structures, including the world's largest vertical garden, a 24-story condo tower whose entire west face was covered by 23,000 Thunbergia grandiflora vines. The effect was a little bit body snatchers, the wall was alive. The builders calculate a 15 to 30% savings in energy use from better insulation and reduced air conditioning, a big deal on a tropical island on a warming planet. Because of these policies, the country's percentage of green space is actually increasing. Even while the population grew by some 2 million between 1986 and 2007, the percentage of green space expanded from 36 to 47%. By contrast, my city, Washington, D.C., has experienced the opposite. Along with most places on the planet, only 36% of the overall tree canopy remains, a decrease from 50% in 1950. Singapore is a remarkable model of what's possible when green gets coded into a city's DNA. Furthermore, we try to achieve a goal that 80% of people live within 400 meters of green space, Yeo said. We're pretty close. Now we're at 70%. Yeo bounded outside, where the rain had ceased, to show me the garden's heritage trees. 1. A sprawling, 150-year-old native Tembusa tree, is so beloved that it graces the $5 bill. A long, horizontal branch as thick as a barrel thrusts out from the trunk not far above the ground. This is a sentimental tree for many Singaporeans because children grow up climbing it on the family outing, he said. And then they hang out there with their friends, and it becomes a dating tree, then a proposal tree, and then people take their wedding pictures here. Was your wedding picture here? I asked. Yes. It all sounded good, but like much in Singapore, the nature love was well packaged, ready-made for brochures and airport posters. Were all the nice parks and green carpeted buildings the ones the tourists and investors see? Was this a Potemkin paradise? To examine the reach of nature into the lives of real people, I visited a community hospital, Khu Tek Puat. It's not close to the center of the city, and it's not used much clinically by foreigners or expats. But it's known as a new and successful example of simple biophilic design. I have to say, it was gobsmackingly nice, especially for a hospital. Many rooms faced the inner, luxuriant garden courtyard, dense with trees and shrubs specifically selected to attract birds and butterflies. Outside sat a sizable pond, a medicinal herb garden and a walking path. Artificial mini-islands floated in the pond to attract egrets. The overall site employed a conscious design for biodiversity. Endangered fish swam in a little watercourse that wove through the garden. Sadly, this is about the only habitat they have left. Plants draped over balconies on each floor, giving the impression the building had just risen from the jungle floor, adding to the Shangri-La effect. We call it the hospital in a garden, said Chief Gardener Rosalind Tan, who is sometimes called Madam Butterfly, as we walked by a blooming hibiscus, popular with the tiny golden sunbird. We know from practical experience that people enjoy greenery and we try to create a healing environment for patients so they can have lower blood pressure and be in a better condition to see a doctor. We walked through the spotless ICU, where every patient has a view of trees out 6-foot windows. At many points, corridors and landings open up to the outdoors. I noticed none of the usual antiseptic hospital smell, despite the place having one of the lowest hospital-acquired infection rates in the country, according to Tan. I was reminded of a 2012 study from a Portland, Oregon, hospital showing that rooms with better ventilation from outside garnered more diverse bacterial profiles and fewer bad bacteria. Tan next showed me the organic vegetable garden on the roof, which is mostly tended by locals who enjoy gardening. Patients eat some of the produce, and some is sold in a farmer's market. She plucked a few long purple and green leaves off a roeo oyster plant and gave them to me to make a tea. Our signature drink, full of antioxidants, she said. Good for cooling. I went back to my chia plant hotel and brewed some. Then, newly cooled, I headed out again. Everyone told me that before I left Singapore, I had to see the gardens by the bay. This is a huge, showy billion-dollar attraction on the newly reclaimed waterfront land. A premier urban recreation space, it consists of numerous outdoor gardens and 2 ginormous horticultural greenhouses. Typically, such conservatories have to be heated. Here, they have to be cooled. They showcase biozones from temperate climates, including cloud forests, Mediterranean olive groves and the California chaparral. But the park's piece de resistance is a grove of 18 super trees that are entirely fake. Better than the real thing, they soar between 80 and 160 feet into the sky like giant skeletal golf tees. A narrow walkway snakes through the canopy of a few of them so that you can view the city skyline unencumbered and then eat high-end egg rolls on cowhide cushions at the Penthouse restaurant. The structures collect and sprinkle rainwater on the real, but planted, vines and bromeliads growing on them. They collect solar power in panels, and, best yet, they convert that electricity into an evening light extravaganza. Recovering from the egg rolls, I settled onto the finely clipped lawn below, surrounded by couples and small children running around on the family outing. The sky grew dark, and the first notes of an electronic symphony began. Suddenly, the trees erupted in colorful neon bursts that kept perfect time with the symphony. The Led Zeppelin Stoner laser show has nothing on this. I felt an emotion not dissimilar to what I experienced in the canyons of Bluff, Utah. I felt the stirrings of awe. This was nature in the future city, a mix of metaphor, technology, and evolutionary impulse. It embodies what the writer and digital pioneer Sue Thomas calls technobiophilia. Who's to say what real nature is anymore anyway? The human hand underlies all of the world's ecosystems now. Singapore just represents the extreme end of constructed nature. It still pushes many of our neurological buttons for grass, green, blue, safety, beauty, play, visual interest, wonder. Could I find it truly satisfying? Could any of us who have spent time in wilderness? In a word, no. It wasn't unpredictable and therefore couldn't be interesting for long. It didn't stay novel or fulfill the Kaplan's quotient of being mysterious or escapist enough. But I looked at these children, and their young parents, and I realized that most of them had probably never seen a much wilder nature, and they didn't miss what they didn't know. If this isn't an argument for conserving wilderness and making sure people experience it, I don't know what is. Heading out of the park, a fragile sliver of hazy moon hung in the southern sky. I hadn't noticed it at all. I took away two big lessons from Singapore. For greenery to truly seep into all neighborhoods, there needs to be a strong governing vision. Second, urban nature will serve us best when it's allowed to be a little bit wild, at least in spots. I couldn't help but wonder if cities had something better to offer in the awe department. Real nature, the kind we evolved in, incorporates entropy, blood, high winds, a beating, pulsing geophony. In Singapore, nature more or less looked like nature, but it didn't sound like nature. It didn't act like nature. Where was the possibility of all that Darwinian tooth and claw? Celebrating living trees instead of fake trees seemed like a logical first step. In fact, trees might be our single best tool for urban salvation. City dwellers get most excited about two natural features, water and trees. Now fans can even write emails to trees in Melbourne. As I was leaving St. Mary's College today, I was struck, not by a branch, but by your radiant beauty. You must get these messages all the time. You're such an attractive tree. The trees, which are tagged with individual identification numbers in St. Mary's Park, sometimes write back via the park crew. My man Olmsted understood this devotion. In his principles for park design, he thought no features should stand out as too distracting or spectacular. There should be no flamboyant flower beds and only a minimal amount of overt architecture. The magic formula: generous meadows loosely defined by trees. Winding pathways leading to mystery, flirtatiously half concealed by trees. Trees, trees, trees. They were so important to the Olmsted schema that he ordered no fewer than 300,000 of them for Central Park's 800 acres, effectively freaking out his budgetary overlords. There were so many trees and shrubs that Calvert Vaux had to recruit a small team of family and friends to fill in the master drawing with tiny green spots. This was pixelation, circa 1858. Urban trees provide not just aesthetic pleasure but concrete health benefits. Although certain species of trees can worsen asthma through pollen and other compounds, taken as a whole they generally improve people's physiology in several important ways. Public officials perhaps didn't fully appreciate this until a rather astounding study was published in 2013. Jeffrey Donovan, an urban forester with the U.S. Forest Service, spotted an intriguing natural experiment: a pesky scourge called the emerald ash borer, a phloem feeder, landed on our shores in about 2002, whereupon it decimated 100 million ash trees throughout the Midwest and Northeast. Gone, poof. Donovan decided to see if there was any relationship between the tree apocalypse and the incidence of cardiovascular disease in humans. Donovan was already aware of some seminal European studies looking at human stress, illnesses, and loosely defined green space in cities. And there were other studies, including Richard Mitchell's work in Scotland, showing lower mortality rates near urban parks. While Mitchell's research revealed a big health boost to poor people, Donovan's work showed the sudden tree blight had a bigger impact on wealthier neighborhoods, probably because those had the most trees to lose. Overall, the counties that were hit by the borer suffered 15,000 additional deaths from cardiovascular disease and 6,000 more from lower respiratory disease. Those figures represent a sizable 10% increase in expected mortality. It's hard to say whether the deaths were caused by worsened air quality or changes in stress brought on by not having the tall, green, comforting trees to look at, or both. If trees can move us so powerfully in their metaphoric reach, as the veterans on the salmon felt, then perhaps looking at sick or dead trees is in itself stressful. Toronto takes its 10 million trees very seriously, valuing its urban forest at $7 billion. A recent study there showed the higher a neighborhood's tree density, the lower the incidence of heart and metabolic disease. Putting it into raw economic perspective, the health boost in those living on blocks with about 11 more trees than average was equivalent to a $20,000 gain in median income. Lucky residents were rich in trees. Every tree helps. As the founding nature/brain researcher Rachel Kaplan told me, nature doesn't have to be pervasive. One tree is an awful lot better than no tree. But more trees are best. The city of Washington, D.C., and partner nonprofits have been trying to plant at least 8,600 trees a year in an effort to increase the street canopy to 40% in the next 2 decades. New York City recently completed a wildly ambitious campaign to plant 1 million trees, and Los Angeles, Shanghai, Denver, and Dubai are in the middle of similar ones. Trees are considered a critical part of the global carbon storage solution, the heat island solution, and the urban air quality solution. It's a tall order, but they stand at the ready. Epilogue. But are not exercise and the open air within the reach of us all? Walt Whitman. If there's one major theme of this book, it's that the benefits of nature work along a dose curve. Tim Beatley, who runs the Biophilic Cities project at the University of Virginia, promotes a concept called the Nature Pyramid. It's a recommended menu for getting the nature humans need, and I think it's a genius idea. It also happens to mirror the structure of this book, from quick doses of nearby nature to longer spells in wild places. Inspired by the ubiquitous food pyramid, Beatley places at the base the daily interactions with nearby nature that help us de-stress, find focus, and lighten our mental fatigue. These are the birds and trees and fountains in our neighborhoods, our pets and our house plants, public and private architecture that allow for daylight, fresh air, and patches of blue sky and naturalistic landscaping. These are our daily vegetables, and Singapore, laser lights, and all, has it nailed. We should all be so lucky. Moving up the pyramid are weekly outings to parks and waterways, places where the sounds and hassles of the city recede, places that we should aim to imbibe at least an hour or so a week in the Finnish fashion. These might include wilder, bigger city parks if we're lucky, or regional parks that we can travel to fairly easily. Moving up higher still are the places that take more effort to get to, the monthly excursions to forests or other restful, escapist natural areas along the lines of what Japan's Ching Li recommends a weekend per month for our immune systems. At the very pinnacle are the rare but essential doses of wilderness, which Beatley and scientists like Utah's David Strayer think we need yearly or bi-yearly, in intense multi-day bursts. As we've seen, these trips can rearrange our very core, catalyzing our hopes and dreams, filling us with awe and human connection and offering a reassurance of our place in the universe. There may be particular times when wilderness experience can be most helpful to us, such as during the identity-forming roller coaster of adolescence or following grief or trauma. The more we recognize these innate human needs, the more we stand to gain. I'd love to see more wilderness therapy, more kids in summer camp and on nature field trips and on scouting expeditions and on quests of one kind or another, and more opportunities for city populations in general to touch the wild. We all need a regular check-in for personal introspection, goal setting and spiritual reflection. Best to turn the phone off. Distilling what I learned, I came up with a kind of ultra-simple coda: go outside, often, sometimes in wild places. Bring friends or not. Breathe. According to Beatley, there's cause for hope. Cities around the world are undertaking projects large and small to integrate a range of natural elements into everyday life, and they're seeing huge payback, from New York's High Line to the opening up that we saw of South Korea's Cheonggyecheon River. When cities become greener, it makes not only people more resilient but the cities themselves. They can better handle extremes of moisture and temperature, they rebound more quickly from natural disasters, and they provide refugia for disappearing species from bees to butterflies to birds and fish. Since our brains especially love water, it makes sense to put it at the heart of these projects. 32 miles of the Los Angeles River are being transformed from a concrete-lined eyesore into a biological and recreational corridor. Copenhagen now has several safe swimming areas in the harbor. People swim in organized events from San Francisco's Baker Beach to Alcatraz. Washington, D.C.'s Anacostia River, once a forgotten, crime-ridden excuse for sewage, now hosts Friday night fishing for families and canoe trips for school children. But try topping this: Wellington, New Zealand, offers a public snorkel trail. Such places exemplify, said Beatley, cities of awe. But the challenge remains to make blue space, whether awesome or merely restorative, accessible to everyone. We still have a long way to go. You can see poverty from space. My own city, D.C., has a clear tree line that can be seen in satellite photos analyzed by the Washington Post. To the west of that line, in the affluent northwest quadrant, the streets glow green from above. To the east, where 40% of residents live in low-income neighborhoods, the area looks flat and gray. The picture is hardly unique, and this inequality is our essential conundrum as we move toward increasingly urban habitats. Olmsted understood that throughout history, from the ancient Persians to the English gentry, whose manicured hunting grounds first inspired city parks, the rich always got to enjoy restful glades and pastures. Olmsted wanted to break that pattern fundamentally. Not only did he want people to heal in parks, he wanted all people to have the chance. In the 1870s, he actually posted notices in tenements and sent circulars to all the doctors in New York City with directions to Central Park and Prospect Park. The posters included a description of natural destinations to aid convalescents. Why shouldn't doctors prescribe time outside to their patients? It's taken nearly 150 years for Olmsted's idea to gain some traction. There aren't many doctors sending their urban patients to the park, but there are a few. Nushin Razani, a pediatrician at Children's Hospital in Oakland, California, has forged a partnership with local parks so inner-city kids can get to them more easily and more often. Like Razani, Robert Zare, a pediatrician at Unity Healthcare in Washington, D.C., saw that conventional approaches weren't serving his underprivileged patients. Many were suffering from obesity, diabetes, depression, anxiety, and asthma. This is a no-brainer, he said. Parks are free. They are an incredible resource not being used. We just need to connect people to them. Healthcare is only a piece of the solution. The Access to Nature movement also ideally needs to grow out of schools, churches, workspaces, neighborhood associations, and cities as a whole. And it won't happen unless we acknowledge more consciously our need for nature. As I've learned through the course of reporting this book, we profoundly undervalue that need. You can see it when we cut recess and outdoor play for kids, when we design buildings and neighborhoods that cut off light, space, and fresh air, when we stay inside instead of making the effort to get out. The wealthier you are, the more likely you are to satisfy your nature neurons, but it's often a subconscious fulfillment met by exclusive neighborhoods and restorative vacations. Until we all fully acknowledge the need for nature that's driving some of our behavior, we won't work to make it available for everyone. I'm heartened by the small bursts of activism taking place in communities throughout the country, whether through fun and innovative groups like Outdoor Afro, Girl Trek, City Kids, Nature Bridge, the Children and Nature Network, and dozens of others. Adventure playgrounds complete with mud puddles and you-built-it Twiggy forts are springing up in places like Houston, Texas, and Governor's Island, New York. So-called tactical urbanists are installing pop-up parks and guerrilla gardens on city streets. Increasingly, Organizations, public agencies and institutions are working hard to get people, including me, into the thin ribbons of blue-green that still weave through our urban habitats. It's no longer enough to save wild places from people, now groups are saving them for people. The Nature Conservancy, known for preserving important ecosystems and habitats, created a new Human Dimensions Program, HDP, an initiative to bring human well-being considerations into conservation practice. The U.S. National Park Service introduced a major Healthy Parks, Healthy People initiative, specifically geared toward making parks more attractive to diverse populations for both the health of the parks, so they'll be used, and the health of people. In the past we tended to encourage visitors to come to the parks and have fun and learn something and be safe, Diana Allen, chief of the service's Office of Public Health, told me. Now we say come have fun and be healthy. That's huge. If we value how important access to parks is for neighborhood well-being, then we need to measure it. The nonprofit Trust for Public Land recently compiled a helpful park score index, ranking every major U.S. city by the proportion of residents living within a 10-minute walk of a park. Minneapolis ranked first, no wonder they're so happy there, with 86.5% success. I was surprised to see Washington, D.C., ranked third, at 80%, if you include public lawns like the National Mall. I'll admit, I'm still struggling to make peace with my own migration to the city, but my mood, along with my habits, are getting better. Since starting this book, I've changed the way I walk around, seeking out the roots with more trees. I go to parks a lot, and I walk in them often. I make my kids come with me. We make an effort to listen to the birds, to look at the fractal patterns in nature, to watch the creeks flowing. I still shake my fists at the plains, but I also enjoy getting on them to go somewhere more wild. This winter, we had a blizzard big enough that it stopped virtually all mechanized air and street traffic for a couple of days. The deer took back the streets, bounding through the city in the snow. People frolicked in the streets too, sledding down boulevards, doing handstands, stomping around between shoveling sessions. When the sun came out, my husband and I laced on some old ski boots and shussed down to the canal path. We were about the only people down there. It's so quiet, I said. We could be in Yellowstone, he said. We heard a few titmouses and cedar waxwings. On our way back home, we passed an old Italian woman surveying the shoveling work of some teenagers. She said, "So pretty out." I said, "No planes," and her expression took on a revelatory look and she laughed and said, "Brava! No planes." Then we skied back toward the house and I cheered on a man who was almost done shoveling his epically buried car. We ran into some neighbors we hadn't seen in 2 years and found out one had been undergoing cancer treatment. We talked for half an hour. We came upon a pack of enterprising boys and hired them to shovel our driveway. When they finished, they came in to watch the last plays of a Broncos game along with our next-door neighbor, who brought snacks. "It's like a neighborhood again," he said. It was still the city, but it had been, if not taken over by natural forces, at least temporarily matched by them. Nature asserted itself and the city watched, and played. Acknowledgements. I owe huge thanks to my editors at Outside Magazine, Elizabeth Hightower, Michael Roberts, and Chris Keyes, who sent me down this leafy errand in the first place, and to my editor Rob Kunzig at National Geographic for helping me complete the journey. The photographs of Lucas Foglia inspired me and I'm grateful to include them in these pages. Proving that time looking at and thinking about nature makes people generous, numerous researchers, too many to list, opened up to me their labs, mines, and field sites and withstood my endless questions, sometimes in a language not their first. But I need to call out a few for uncommon offerings of time and expertise: Ju-Young Lee, David Strayer, Adam Gazali, Art Kramer, Lisa Tirvainen, Kayla V. Kerpila, Delcho Volchanov, Jenny Rowe, George Mitchell, Ulrika Stigsdotter, Patrick Gran, Matilda van den Bosch, Greg Bratman, Mark Berman, Derek Taff and his team, and Tan Le. Special thanks to my Korean translator, Sepil Shim. I look forward to following their work. Private and institutional support were critical to this project. I'm grateful to Virginia Jordan and Bill and Elaine French for their support. Thanks to Brooke Hecht, Kurt Mean, and Gavin Van Horn at the Center for Humans and Nature, my fiscal sponsor and a great think tank. Thanks as well to Melissa Perry and the Department of Environmental and Occupational Health at George Washington University for sponsoring my professorial lectureship, which provided free and extensive library access. Writing a book didn't just happen in neat 9-to-5 increments in my office. I often got away for intense bursts, and many people helped me out and sometimes kept me company. I was fortunate to receive a 2-week residency at Mesa Refuge in Point Reyes with Sarah Chong and Zahir Jen Mohammed, who kept me in good supply of Korean barbecue and chai. Thanks for that magical place to Peter Barnes, Susan Page Tillett and Patricia Duncan. Also thanks to the good people of the Virginia Center for the Creative Arts. My brother and sister-in-law Jamie and Wendy Fryer also let me hole up in their basement for a few days to write. Thanks to Michelle Najehwis for cavorting with me between tacos and writing spurts in the Sonoran Desert, and to Margaret No Mentana for supplying a lake in Maine, a couple of lobsters, and some loving childcare. I couldn't have escaped my parenting duties without other helpful assists from Penny Willems, world's greatest mother-in-law, Rachel Baranowski, and Allison Frisch. Kate Sheridan and Danielle Roth ably helped with some research and fact-checking. I'm very grateful to my DC writing pals and peers, Josh Horwitz, Juliet Eel Perrin, David Grinspoon, Eric Wiener, Tim Zimmerman, Jackie Leiden, Martin Troost, Margaret Talbot, Alex Zapruder and Hannah Rosen. You all made my transition to DC infinitely better, and you inspire me with your smarts and talents. My old writing pals in Boulder continued to offer support, read large portions of the manuscript and entertained me with funny tales of the boho town I left. Thank you Hannah Nordhaus, Hilary Rossner, Melanie Warner and, especially, the talented Lisa Jones, who in addition to being my partner in many adventures is also my dear sister-in-law. Also thanks to DC buddies Eliza McGraw, Kim Larson, Donna Eitzel, Margaret Ritano, Melissa Boasberg, Will and Erica Schaffrath, Kirk Johnson and Chase DeForest, and to farther-flung friends Julie Frieder and Ann Vile Isis, who all offered help as sounding boards. Sometimes we even got out in nature. Flora Lichtman provided graphics inspiration. I may not be a fan of all things virtual, but I'm fortunate to have a cyber coterie of stellar science writers who offer commiseration, blow me away with their talents and kick my ass when needed. Christy Ashwunden, Bruce Barcott, Marin McKenna, Seth Mnuchin, David Dobbs, Deborah Bloom, Elizabeth Rowett, and Karen Coates. Our coffee mug says WTMFB. I'm fortunate to have all of you in my life. Several other people read all OR parts of the manuscript and offered critical advice. Big gratitude for the helpful insights and occasional fist-pumping of Amanda Little and Jay Heinrichs. Both of them are prodigiously talented. Thanks to my nature-loving and earth-moving agent Molly Friedrich and to the amazing team at W.W. Norton, especially Jill Bialaski, Maria Rogers, Aaron Seinsky-Lovett, and Steve Kalka, and, for epic copy editing, Fred Weimer. There would be no fun in the natural world, or anywhere else, without my game and loving family, both extended, stepped, halved, in-lawed and nuclear. This book is really for and about you, John Williams, Jamie Williams, Ben Williams and Annabelle Williams. There's no nature like shared nature. Notes. Page numbers listed correspond to the print edition of this book. You can use your device's search function to locate particular terms in the text. Introduction, The Cordial Air. 1 Title, The Cordial Air, from Ralph Waldo Emerson's essay, Nature, first published in 1836. In good health, the air is a cordial of incredible virtue. 1 May your trails, from Edward Abbey, Desert Solitaire, A Season in the Wilderness, Tucson, University of Arizona Press 1988, Preface. 2 About the Mac-Aaron study quoted, it's worth pointing out that Mac-Aaron controlled for lots of variables, such as weather, companionship, etc., and he also was able to factor in the vacation effect by looking only at responses given during weekends and national holidays, when presumably most people were not working. In other words, people weren't just reporting feeling happier because they were off work whenever they were in nature. Everyone was off work, so the playing field was more level. From George McAron and Susanna Morito, Happiness is Greater in Natural Environments, Global Environmental Change, Vol. 23, No. 5, October 2013 p. 992. 3. As Nisbet rather dejectedly concluded, Elizabeth K. Nisbet and John M. Zelensky, underestimating nearby nature effective forecasting errors obscure the happy path to sustainability, Psychological Science, Vol. 22, No. 9, 2011 pages 11016. 4. We check our phones 1,500 times a week, based on a survey in the UK by a marketing agency, tmark.http://www.daleymail.co.uk/science-tech/article 2783677/how you look phone. The average user picks device 1-500 times day.html, accessed May 26, 2015. 4. iPhone users vs. Android users, from an Experian marketing survey, written about here. http://www.experian.com/blog/marketing-forward/2013/05/28/ Americans spend 58 minutes a day on their smartphones. Accessed May 27, 2015. 4. Regarding children spending little time outside, only about 10% say they are spending time outdoors every day, according to a Nature Conservancy poll. http://www.nature.org/news-features/kids-in-nature-poll.xml. 4. Tired, nerve-shaken, over-civilized people, John Muir, Our National Parks, New York, Houghton, Mifflin, 1901, p. 1. 4. Pestiferous little gratifications, from Mose Velser, Walt Whitman, Manly Health and Training, with offhand hints toward their conditions, ed. Zachary Turpin. Walt Whitman Quarterly Review 33, 2016 p. 289. 4. Wordsworth lines, from the Prelude, 1805. 5. Beethoven's Tree, cited in Eric Weiner, The Geography of Genius, New York, Simon & Schuster, 2016, p. 235. The Beethoven quote is from his letter to Therese Malfatti in 1808. 5. For more on prospect and refuge theories of human habitat preference, C. J. Appleton, The Experience of Landscape, London, John Wiley, 1975, and Gordon Orions, Snakes, Sunrises and Shakespeare, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 2014. 6. We've become arguably more irritable, less sociable, more narcissistic. See studies by Clifford Nass, including Roy Petal, media use, face-to-face communication, media multitasking, and social well-being among 8 to 12-year-old girls, Developmental Psychology, Vol. 48, No. 2, 2012 p. 327 ff. On Nature Deficit Disorder, see Richard Louv, Last Child in the Woods, New York, Workman Publishing, 2005. 11. On Taksim Gazi Park, see Sebnem Arsu and Silan Yegensu, Turkish leader offers referendum on park at center of protests, New York Times, June 13, 2013. http://www.newyorktimes.com/2013/06/1/3/Europe/tax-Istanbul-Turkey.html, _r=0, accessed July 2, 2015. 12. Olmsted quote can be found in Witold Rybiznsky, A Clearing in the Distance, Frederick Law Olmsted and the 19th Century, Kindle location 4406. Chapter 1, The Biophilia Effect. Portions of this chapter originally appeared in Florence Williams' Take 2 Hours of Pine Forest and Call Me in the Morning, Outside, November 2012, published online November 28, 2012. 17. In short, the brain evolved in a biocentric world, Edward O. Wilson, The Biophilia Hypothesis, Washington, D.C., Island Press, 1993, p. 32. 17. There is nothing you can see that is not a flower, Matsuo Basho quoted in Margaret D. McGee, Haiku the Sacred Art, A Spiritual Practice in 3 Lines, Woodstock, V.T., Sky Paths Publishing, 2009, p. 32. 19. With the largest concentration of giant trees, Miyazaki from the book Designing Our Future, Local Perspectives on Bioproduction, Ecosystems, and Humanity, ed. Mitsuru Osaki, Okutama Town designated in 2008, pages 409-10. 1968% of the country's land mass, Qingli. Effect of forest bathing trips on human immune function, environmental health and preventive medicine, Vol. 15, Number 1, 2010 pages 917-19 100 Forestry therapy sites within 10 years, Yoshifumi Miyazaki, Science of Nature Therapy, p8, http://www.fc.chibayu.jp/research/miyazaki/assets/images/natural% sign 20 therapy left (07.06) _e.pdf, accessed June 2015. 20. In addition to those, suicide in Japan, Japan Today, January 18, 2011. 20. Commuting Hell, Eric Goldshine, take a look at why the Tokyo Metro is known as Commuter Hell, Business Insider, January 11, 2012, and Ronald E. Yates, Tokyoites Rush to Commuting Hell Chicago Tribune, October 28, 1990. 21. Eric Fromm, who described it in 1973, Fromm quote from The Anatomy of Human Destructiveness, New York, Holt, Reinhardt and Winston, 1973, p. 366. Cited in Stephen R. Kellert, Kinship to Mastery, Biophilia in Human Evolution and Development, Washington, D.C., Island Press, 1997. 21. Wilson distills the idea more precisely, Stephen R. Kellert and Edward O. Wilson. The Biophilia Hypothesis, Washington, D.C., Island Press, 1995, p. 416. 23. As Miyazaki explained it, see Yoshifumi Miyazaki, Science of Nature Therapy, above, and Juyang Li et al., Nature Therapy and Preventive Medicine, in Public Health Social and Behavioral Health, ed. J. Maddock, Rijeka, Croatia. Intech, 2012, and Miyazaki et al. Preventive Medical Effects of Nature Therapy, Nihon Iziagakuzushi/Japanese Journal of Hygiene, Vol. 66, Number 4, 2011 pages 651-56. 25. We Suffer the Consequences, Sander Sabo, Yvette Tach, and Arpad Samajai, The Legacy of Hans Selye and the Origins of Stress Research, a retrospective 75 years after his landmark brief letter to the editor of Nature, Stress, Vol. 15, Number 5, 2012 pages 472-78. 25. Heart disease, metabolic disease, dementia, and depression, Esther M. Friedman et al., Social Strain and Cortisol Regulation in Midlife in the U.S., Social Science and Medicine, Vol. 74, Number 4, 2012 pages 607-15. 27. The Brain's On-Built Environment, Roger S. Ulrich et al., Stress Recovery During Exposure to Natural and Urban Environments, Journal of Environmental Psychology, Vol. 11, 20130. 28. But Li found similar results with NK cells, Qing Li et al., Effect of phytoncide from trees on human natural killer cell function. International Journal of Immunopathology and Pharmacology, Vol. 22, Number 4, 2009 pages 950-159. Chapter 2, How many neuroscientists does it take to find a stinking milk veg? 33 We used to wait, Arcade Fire, We Used to Wait, from the Suburbs, 2010. 37 A 50% improvement in creativity, the 4-day wilderness pilot study is R.A. Atchley et.al., Creativity in the Wild, Improving Creative Reasoning Through Immersion in Natural Settings, +1, Vol. 7, Number 12, 2012, published online, E51474. 42 Everyone knows, William James, The Principles of Psychology, Chicago, Henry Holt / Encyclopedia Britannica, 1991, p. 261. 42 My Experience is What I, James, p. 260. 42 Spiritual Alertness of the Most Vital Description, William James Quote from the Biographical Note in James, p. 6. 43 I am away from the office, from the Twitter feed of Shit Academics Say, May 13, 2015, 9:41 p.m., https://twitter.com/academicssay. 43 For perspective, it takes, the brain's processing speed is about 120 bits per second, from Daniel Levitin, The Organized Mind, Thinking Straight in the Age of Information Overload, New York, Dutton, 2014, p. 7. 43 Moreover, task switching burns up oxygenated glucose. Levitin, p. 98. 46 The Average American, Levitin, p. 12. 48 Employs the Mind, Olmsted's 1865 report to the Congress of the State of California as quoted in Roger S. Ulrich et.al., Stress Recovery During Exposure to Natural and Urban Environments, Journal of Environmental Psychology, Vol. 11, Number 3, 1991 p. 206 49 Partly recovered, the Kaplan/Berman Cognitive Study, Berman et.al., The Cognitive Benefits of Interacting with Nature, Psychological Science, Vol. 19, Number 12, 2008 pages 1207-1253 At least one MRI study, the MRI study showing increased activation in the insula and anterior cingulate is Tae-Hoon Kim et.al., Human Brain Activation in Response to Visual Stimulation with Rural and Urban Scenery Pictures, a Functional Magnetic Resonance Imaging Study, Science of the Total Environment, Vol. 408, Number 12, 2010 pages 2600-2607. Chapter 3, The Smell of Survival. Some of the material in this chapter appeared in different form in Florence Williams' This Is Your Brain on Nature, National Geographic, January 2016. 59 I Can't Begin to Count, Ian Hong, The Birth of Korean Cool, How One Nation is Conquering the World Through Pop Culture, New York, Picador, 2014 p. 6162 South Korea then had a lower GDP, Hong, p. 262 1/3 of Koreans were homeless, Daniel Tudor, Korea, The Impossible Country, North Clarendon, VT, Tuttle Publishing, 2013, Kindle location 17162 That Quality of Air, from Essays of Travel, London, Chatto and Windus, 1905, p. 170, http://www.archive.org/stream. E00 Say Softravelstav Rich Number Page /N7/mode/2 up, accessed June 17, 15. 62 The Piney Sweetness, from Pan in America and cited in Tianying Zhang, D.H. Lawrence's Philosophy of Nature, An Eastern View, Bloomington, in, Trafford Publishing, 2011, p. 7. 65 The Sabinanes Seam, The Forest and Human Health Issues in Korean Forest Policy and Research, Topic Paper, Korea Forest Research Institute, October 27, 2014. 66 Flying Out of Poverty, this is based on the World Bank's most recent ranking, found here, http://databank.worldbank.org/data/download/gdp.pdf, accessed June 2015. 66.98% of South Koreans graduate, tutor, Kindle location 1954. 67 in a country where, tutor, Kindle location 1939. 67 Sanshin, the mountain spirit, Hong, Kindle location 740, 757. 67 trees, 2, have long been, tutor, Kindle location 498. 67 which means body and soil are one, Hong, Kindle location 726. 73 1 trillion odors, Caroline Bush did etal, humans can discriminate more than 1 trillion olfactory stimuli, science, vol. 343, number 6177, 2014 pages 1370-72-73. The researchers measured, Liliane R. Mujica parity etal, chemosensory cues to conspecific emotional stress activate amygdala in humans, +1, vol 4, number 7, 2008, published online, E649-573. Svante Paabo is the Swedish. This interview with Paabo about human smell is available online through Cold Spring Harbor Laboratories DNA Learning Center website, http://www.dnalc.org/view/15149-human-smell-receptors-svante, paabo.html, accessed November 2014 74. What about us? For more on the domestication of humans, see Razab Khan, Our Cats. Ourselves, New York Times, November 24, 2014, accessed November 2014. 75 2.1 million premature deaths annually, Tammy C. Bond etal, Bounding the Role of Black Carbon in the Climate System, A Scientific Assessment, Journal of Geophysical Research, Atmospheres, Vol. 118, number 11, 2013 pages 5385-5275. Smog-choked Mexico City, Calderon Garciduenas etal, Air Pollution, Cognitive Deficits and Brain Abnormalities, A Pilot Study with Children and Dogs, Brain and Cognition, Vol. 68, number 2, 2008 pages 117-27-76. 19% of Americans, Gregory M. Rao and Gould, A Census of the U.S. Near Roadway Population, Public Health and Environmental Justice Considerations, Transportation Research Part D, Transport and Environment, Vol. 25, 2013 pages 59-67. The study also mentioned that greater traffic volume and density are associated with larger shares of non-white residents and lower median household incomes, on a national level. Additionally, counties with residents living near high-volume roads often do not have an air quality monitor in the same area. 76 Rose Petals to Lure. Mark Antony, Diane Ackerman, A Natural History of the Senses, New York, Vintage Books, 1995, p. 36. 76 Pleasant Smells Trigger Approach Behavior, Paula Fitzgerald Bone and Pam Shoulder Ellen, Scents in the Marketplace, Explaining a Fraction of Olfaction, Journal of Retailing, Vol. 75, number 2, 1999 pages 243-260-276. If a Store Smells Good, Rob W. Holland, Merrill Hendricks and Hank Arts, Smells Like Clean Spirit, Non-Conscious Effects of Scent on Cognition and Behavior, Psychological Science, Vol. 16, number 9, 2005 pages 689-93-76. People Assigned to a Room, Katie Lillianquist, Chen Bo-jong and Adam D. Galinsky, The Smell of Virtue, Clean Scents Promote Reciprocity and Charity, Psychological Science, Vol. 21, number 3, 2010 pages 381-83-77. The so-called Pinot-Sylvan, Mi Jin Park, Inhibitory Effect of the Essential Oil from Chamaecyparis obtuse on the Growth of Foodborne Pathogens, Journal of Microbiology, Vol. 48, number 4. 2010 pages 496-50177. Although aromatherapy is the most popular alternative, Yuck-Lanley et al., a systematic review of the anxiolytic effects of aromatherapy in people with anxiety symptoms, Journal of Alternative and Complementary Medicine, Vol. 17, No. 2, 2011 p. 106-77. A Safe and Pleasant Intervention, Lee, p. 107-77. Significantly Less Anxiety Using Aromastix, Jackie Stringer and Graham Donald, Aromastix in Cancer Care, an Innovation Not to be Sniffed at, Complementary Therapies in Clinical Practice, Vol. 17, No. 2, 2011 pages 116-2177. Other studies have reported, Toshiko Utsumai and Kiichi Tonosaki, smelling lavender and rosemary increases free radical scavenging activity and decreases cortisol level in saliva. Psychiatry Research Vol. 150, No. 1, 2007 pages 89-96, and Yumi Shina et al., Relaxation Effects of Lavender Aromatherapy Improve Coronary Flow Velocity Reserve in Healthy Men evaluated by Transthoracic Doppler Echocardiography. International Journal of Cardiology, Vol. 129, No. 2, 2008 pages 193-97-77. In one survey of 400 Londoners, George McAaron and Susanna Morito, Life Satisfaction and Air Quality in London, Ecological Economics, Vol. 68, No. 5, 2009 pages 1441-53. Chapter 4, Bird Brain. 85 Most people, from Hemingway's letter of advice to a young writer, reported in Malcolm Cowley, Mr. Papa, Life, January 10, 1949, p. 90. 86 Noise is Unwanted Sound, Kurt Fristrup, Senior Scientist, National Park Service, from a talk at the AAAS conference in San Jose, California, February 16, 2015. 86 Traffic on Roads in the United States, Jesse R. Barber et al., Conserving the Wildlife Therein, Protecting Park Fauna from Anthropogenic Noise, Park Science, Vol. 26, No. 3, Winter 2009-10, p. 26. 86 The number of passenger flights, the number of flights, as well as other data, are available going back to 2002 through the Bureau of Transportation's Transstats website, accessible here, http://www.transstats.bts.gov/data_elements.aspx, data equals 1, accessed June 2015. 86 30,000 commercial aircraft, from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, http://sos.noaa.gov/datazts/datazt.php?ID=44, accessed June 16, 16. 86 90% increase in air traffic, FAA Aerospace Forecast Fiscal Years 2012-2032, quoted in Gregory Karp, air travel to nearly double in next 20 years, FAA says, Chicago Tribune, March 8, 2012, accessed February 2015. 86 About 30 decibels, human development has increased noise levels by 30 decibels, from the National Park Service. See graphic at http://media.thmemedia.com/smedia/2014/057/16/18/1nmd0k.higher.5.jpg, accessed February 2015. 87 decibel levels between 55 and 60, average decibels for my neighborhood, the D.C. Palisades, from the 2013 Annual Aircraft Noise Report of the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority, http://www.mwaa.com/file/2013_noise_report_final2.pdf, accessed February 2015. 88 It was so airtight, I read about Carlyle's Attic and Don Campbell and Alex Doman, Healing at the Speed of Sound, How What We Hear Transforms Our Brains and Our Lives, New York, Hudson Street Press, 2011, Kindle location 566. 88 in one study that lasted, Barbara Griffin et.al., Autonomic arousals related to traffic noise during sleep, vol. 31, number 4, 2008 p. 569. 89 It's not uncommon in the animal world, Barber, p. 26. 89 That's enough to reduce the distance, Barber, p. 26. 89 It takes them longer to find males, Barber, p. 29. 89 Nerve cells pick up these perturbations. For a good description of how sound travels through the brain, see Daniel Levitin, This Is Your Brain on Music, New York. Penguin Group, 2006, pages 1056. 89 As to the perennial question, Levitin, p. 29. 90 But there is no thing called sound. For more on Berkeley's question, see Levitin, p. 24. 90 In a study of 2,000 men, these studies of noise and hypertension are described in Martin Kaltenbach, Christian Maschke, and Rainer Klink. Health consequences of aircraft noise. DTSCHR Tableau int, vol. 105, no 31-32, 2008 pages 548-56. 91 Their systolic blood pressure went up, the Munich Airport Study, Gary Evans et.al., Chronic Noise Exposure and Physiological Response, a prospective study of children living under environmental stress, Psychological Science, vol. 9, number 1, 1998 pages 75-77. 91 As the authors of an important review paper, Kaltenbach et.al., 2008. 92 The world's first anti-noise martyr, Campbell and Doman, Healing at the Speed of Sound, Kindle location 2466. 94 Visitors hearing loud vehicle noise, David Weinzimmer et.al., Human Responses to Simulated Noise in National Parks, Leisure Sciences, an interdisciplinary journal, vol. 36, issue 3, 2014 pages 251-67. 94 Opposite effects are seen in cities. Subjects in cities rate them as more attractive when listening to birdsong, Marcus Hedblom et.al., Birdsong diversity influences young people's appreciation of urban landscapes, urban forestry and urban greening, vol. 13, number 3, 2014 pages 469-474. Another interesting factoid is that hearing other people's voices impairs park visitors' memories. See Jacob A. Benfield et.al., Does Anthropogenic Noise in National Parks Impair Memory? Environment and Behavior, vol. 42, number 5, 2010 pages 693-706. 98 John Ruskin wrote, Ruskin quote from Unto This Last, 1862, cited in Jonathan Bate, Romantic Ecology, Wordsworth and the Ecological Tradition, London, Routledge, 1991, Preface. 98 Darwin devoted 10 pages to birdsong. On Darwin, I gathered these page counts from Gordon H. Orions, Snakes, Sunrises, and Shakespeare, How Evolution Shapes Our Loves and Fears, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 2014, Kindle location 1877. 98 British petroleum gas stations recently began playing birdsong, Denise Wint-Erman, The Surprising Uses for Birdsong, BBC Magazine, May 8, 2013, http://www.bbc.com/news/magazine 222987779, accessed February 2015. 98 In fact, birdsong has some factoids on the brown thrasher and others from http://www.pbs.org/lifeofbirds/songs/ accessed February 2015. 99 This is because humans and birds, on the comparison between bird brain structures and the basal ganglia, see Johann J. Balhuis et.al., Twitter Evolution, Converging Mechanisms in Birdsong and Human Speech, Nature Reviews Neuroscience, Vol. 11, number 11, 2010 pages 747-59. 99. It's well recognized that music triggers emotions. For more on coevolution and the fascinating similarities in gene expression and brain structures between birds and humans, see Balhuis, but also Carrie H. Leung et al., Neural Distribution of Vasodicin Receptor mRNA in 2 Species of Songbird, Endocrinology, Vol. 152, No. 12, 2011 pages 48-65-81, and Michael Balter, Animal Communication Helps Reveal Roots of Language, Science, Vol. 328, No. 5981, 2010 pages 969-71. Chapter 5, Box of Rain. 105. When the Myopia, Jeweler. Quote from Ellie Dolgen, The Myopia Boom, Nature, Vol. 519, No. 7543, 2015 pages 276-78, accessed March 2015 105. She Promised Us South Rooms, E. M. Forster, A Room with a View, New York, Knopf, 1922, p. 13 107. Nightingale's Famous Nursing Textbook, Florence Nightingale, Notes on Nursing, What It Is, and What It Is Not, New York, D. Appleton & Co., 1860, accessed at http://digital.library.upenn.edu/women/nightingale/nursing/nursing.html. In April 2015 108. One of the First People, View Through a Window May Influence Recovery, Science, Vol. 224, No. 4647, 1984 pages 224-25. 108 Prisoners in Michigan Whose Cells, E. O. Moore, A Prison Environment's Effect on Healthcare Service Demands, Journal of Environmental Systems, Vol. 11, 1981 pages 1734-109. The Brutalist Robert Taylor Housing Project. For the series of Robert Taylor Home Studies, see Francis E. Kuo, Coping with Poverty, Impacts of Environment and Attention in the Inner City, Environment and Behavior, Vol. 33. No. 1, 2001 pages 534, Francis E. Kuo and William C. Sullivan, Aggression and Violence in the Inner City, Effects of Environment via Mental Fatigue, Environment and Behavior, Special Issue, Vol. 33 No. 4, 2001 pages 543-71-110. Analyzing 98 Buildings Over 2 Years, Francis E. Kuo and William C. Sullivan. Environment and Crime in the Inner City, Does Vegetation Reduce Crime? Environment and Behavior, Vol. 33, No. 3, 2001 pages 343-67-111. The Greener Courtyard Residence, Francis E. Kuo et al., Fertile Ground for Community, Inner City Neighborhood Common Spaces, American Journal of Community Psychology, Vol. 26, No. 6, 1998 pages 823-51-111. For some reason, social psychologists, for the road rage study, see Jean-Marie Kakowski, and Jack L. Nassar, The Restorative Effects of Roadside Vegetation, Implications for Automobile Driver Anger and Frustration, Environment and Behavior, Vol. 35, No. 6. 2003 pages 736-51. 111. In these studies, the Dutch study is Jolanda Moss et al., Social Contacts as a Possible Mechanism Behind the Relation Between Green Space and Health, Health and Place, Vol. 15, No. 2, 2009 pages 586-95. The Office Plant Study is Netta Weinstein, Andrew K. Prabilski, and Richard M. Ryan, Can Nature Make Us More Caring? Effects of Immersion in Nature on Intrinsic Aspirations and Generosity, Personality and Social Psychology Bulletin, Vol. 35, No. 10, 2009 pages 13-15-29. 112. Several years ago Taylor wrote, Richard Taylor, The Curse of Jackson Pollock, The Truth Behind the World's Greatest Art Scandal, Oregon Quarterly, Vol. 90, No. 2, 2010, http://materialscience.uoregon.edu/Taylor/curseofjacksonpollock.pdf, Accessed March 2015 113 Arthur C. Clarke described the Mandelbrot set. The quote is from a documentary presented by Arthur C. Clarke, The Colors of Infinity, directed by Nigel Lesmoyer Gordon, 1995, available on YouTube. https://www.youtube.com/watch V = LK6Chu94 Exhibit, accessed June 2015. 114 He and Caroline Hadger Hall, Caroline M. Hadger Hall ETAL, Fractal Dimension of Landscape Silhouette Outlines as a Predictor of Landscape Preference, Journal of Environmental Psychology, Vol. 24, No. 2, 2004 pages 247-55-114 To find out, they used EEG. For a fuller discussion of the EEG study, see Richard Taylor ETAL. Perceptual and Physiological Responses to Jackson Pollock's Fractals, Frontiers in HMON and Neuroscience, Vol. 5, 2011 pages 60-70-115 Taylor believes our brains recognize that. For more on fractals in art and nature, see Brankish Beher and Richard P. Taylor, Fractals in Art and Nature, Why Do We Like Them? Human Vision and Electronic Imaging 18, March 14, 2013, published online. 115 Pollock's favored dimension is similar, Taylor, p. 60. 116 This D-range elicits our best, B. E. Rogowitz and R. F. Voss, Shape Perception and Low-Dimension Fractal Boundary Contours, in B. E. Rogowitz and J. Allen Bach, eds, Proceedings of the Conference on Human Vision, Methods, Models, and Applications, SPI/SPSE Symposium on Electron Imaging, 1990, Vol. 1249, pages 387-94, cited in Hadger Hall, 2004. 116 The stress reduction is triggered, quote from Richard Taylor, Human Physiological Responses to Fractals in Nature and Art, A Physiological Response. Author page at http://materials.uoregon.edu/taylor/rpt-links2.html, accessed. March 2015. 117 Long before fractals, Beethoven wrote the resonance sentences in a letter to Therese Malfatti, his student and love interest, after completing Symphony No. 6 in F major, titled Pastoral, 1808. Cited here, http://worldhistory.org/1808/Beethoven-finishes-his-6th-symphony, accessed March 2015. 119 We will suffer physical and psychological costs, Peter H. Kahn, Rachel L. Severson, and Jolena H. Ruckert. The Human Relation with Nature and Technological Nature, Current Directions in Psychological Science, Vol. 18, No. 1, 2009 p. 41 124 Since red makes us vigilant, we walk down red corridors faster. Peter Aspinall, Personal Communication, June 2014. 124 If you want to make, Humphrey quote from Natalie Angier, How Do We See Red? Count the Ways, New York Times, February 6, 2007, http://www.newyorktimes.com/2007/02/06/science/06ng.html, accessed April 2015. 124 But pink, interestingly, has the opposite effect. For more on the psychology of color, see Adam Alter's aptly named Drunk Tank Pink, New York, Penguin Group, 2013. 124 Berger writes in The Sense of Sight. The John Berger quote comes from Diane Ackerman's A Natural History of the Senses, New York, Random House, 1990, p. 177. 124 In the app, Straight and Jagged Lines, a fuller description of the visual properties that trigger restoration can be found in D. Volchanov and C. Ellard, Cognitive and Affective Responses to Natural Scenes, Effects of Low-Level Visual Properties on Preference, Cognitive Load, and Eye Movements, Journal of Environmental Psychology, Vol. 43, 2015 pages 184-95-125. The same region Taylor found stimulated. The other studies implicating the ventral striatum and parahippocampus using fMRI include Xiaomen the neural basis of scene preferences. Neuroreport, Vol. 18, Number 6, 2007 pages 525-29-125. Craving the Visual Opium of a Sunset, Ackerman, p. 255-125. According to Volchanov, for more on Volchanov's visuospatial theory, see Delcho Volchanov, Exploring the Restorative Effects of Nature, Testing a Proposed Visuospatial Theory, Dis. University of Waterloo, 2013. Chapter 6, You May Squat Down and Feel a Plant. 131. The Faint Whisper, Jansen. Quote from Moomin Valley in November, New York, Macmillan, 2014, p. 26, first published in English in 1945. 138. They Get 5-Week Vacations, Rebecca Ray, Mila Sinesh, and John Schmidt, No Vacation Nation Revisited, Center for Economic and Policy Research, 2013, p. 5, accessible at http://www.separ.net/documents/no-vacation-update-2013-05.pdf, accessed June 2015, and Annual Holiday, Ministry of Employment and the Economy, February 11, 2010, accessible at https://www.tem.fi/n/work/labor_legislation/annual_holiday, accessed June 2015. 138. As well as paid 1-year parental leave. Details of Finnish parental leave can be found at http://europa.eu/epic/countries/finland/index_n.hdm, accessed June 2015. Chapter 7, Garden of Hedon. 149. Clearings. That's what I needed. Quote is from Helen MacDonald, H is for Hawk. New York, Random House, 2014. 149. In the Gaelic poem Hallag, the haunting audio clip of the poem, read in Gaelic, can be found here. http://www.edinburghliterary.pub tour.co.uk/mockers/maclean/hallaig.html, accessed April 2015. 149. Wheat, Williwa, Crizzle, all from Robert Macfarlane's Landmarks, London, Penguin UK, 2015. 150. In some neighbourhoods a man. The information on Glasgow life expectancy comes from the World Health Organization, http://www.who.in/bulletin volume/89/10/11021011/n/, accessed April 2015. 150. The Main Cause, Richard J. Finlay, Modern Scotland 1914-2000, London, Profile Books, 2004. 152. We expended about 1,000 kilocalories. The kilocalorie figures are cited in Joe Barton and Jules Pretty. What is the best dose of nature and green exercise for improving mental health? A multi-study analysis, Environmental Science and Technology, Vol. 44, Number 10, 2010 p. 3947. 153. Walking is the most popular sport in Scotland, from Let's Get Scotland Walking. The National Walking Strategy, Government Report, 2014, http://www.governmentscot/0045/00452622.pdf, accessed April 2015. 154. In other words, there was something protective. Richard Mitchell and Frank Popham, Effect of Exposure to Natural Environment on Health Inequalities, an Observational Population Study, Lancet, Vol. 372, 2008 pages 1655-60. 155 40% less than those with the worst access. Mitchell quotes on the AJPM study are from his blog, http://cress.org.uk/2015/04/21/more-reasons-to-think green space may be equigenic. A new study of 34 European nations accessed April 2015. The study itself is Richard J. Mitchell et.al., Neighborhood Environments and Socio-Economic Inequalities in Mental Well-Being, American Journal of Preventive Medicine Vol. 49, Issue 1, 2015 pages 80-84. 156. The percentage of Scotland covered by woodland. Martin Williams, Hopes for Forestry Scheme to Branch Out, The Herald, Edinburgh, June 4, 2013. http://www.heraldsscotland.com/news/home-news/hopes-for-scheme-to-branch-out.21253639, accessed May 2014. 161. Benjamin Rush, who first popularized the idea. Benjamin Rush. Quote from Benjamin Rush, Medical Inquiries and Observations upon Diseases of the Mind, Philadelphia, Kimber and Richardson, 1812, p. 226, accessed at https://archive.org/stream/medical inquiries 1812 Rush number page/n7/mode/2 up, accessed May 2015. 162. It was as though, Johan Autosson, The Importance of Nature in Coping, Dis. Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences, 2007, p. 167. 164. Its motto could be the Emerson quote, Emerson vegetable quote from Ralph Waldo Emerson, Nature, Boston, James Monroe & Co., 1836, p. 13. A digital version of the original essay is available here. https://archive.org/details/Nature Monroe 00 Emmer Rich, accessed June 2015. 166. For some other cool UK studies about happiness, health and coastlines, CMP. White et.al., Coastal Proximity, Health and Well-Being, Results from a Longitudinal Panel Survey, Health Place, Vol. 23, 2013 pages 97-103, and BW. Wheeler et.al., Does Living by the Coast Improve Health and Well-Being? Health Place, Vol. 18, 2012 pages 1198-101 167. Other good walking studies include Melissa Marsell et.al., Examining Group Walks in Nature and Multiple Aspects of Well-Being, a large-scale study, Ecopsychology, Vol. 6, No. 3, 2014 pages 134-147, and Melissa Marsell et.al., Walking for Well-Being, Are Group Walks in Certain Types of Natural Environments Better for Well-Being Than Group Walks in Urban Environments? International Journal of Environmental Research and Public Health, Vol. 10, No. 11, 2013 pages 56-03-28. Chapter 8, Rambling On. 169. When We Walk, from Henry David Thoreau, Walking, in the Writings of Henry David Thoreau, Riverside ed. Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 1893, p. 258. 169. Grow writes in A Philosophy of Walking. Grow is quoted in Carol Cadwallader, Frederick Grow, Why Going for a Walk is the Best Way to Free Your Mind, The Guardian, April 19, 2014, http://www.theguardian.com/books/2014/apr/20 Frederick Grow Walk Nietzsche Kant, accessed May 2015. 170. Anticipating the Exercise/Nature Debate, Henry David Thoreau, Walking, Kindle location 54. 170. He also wrote, in his essay Walking, Thoreau, Kindle location 33. 170. To you, Clerk, Velser Mose, Walt Whitman, Manly Health and Training, with offhand hints toward their conditions, ed. Zachary Turpin, Walt Whitman Quarterly Review 33, 2016, p. 189. 171 Hartman's Own History. Hartman's relocation story is told in John Nordheimer, 15 Who Fled Nazis as Boys Hold a Reunion, New York Times, July 28, 1983. 172 How It Interfused with the Mind. Wordsworth External Mind quotes are from the first book of The Recluse. 172 A Savage Torpor, from the preface to Lyrical Ballads, quoted in James A. W. Heffernan, Wordsworth's London, The Imperial Monster, Studies in Romanticism, Vol. 37, No. 3, 1998 pages 421-43 174 He also believed, for a good overview of Berger's quest and legacy, see David Millett, Hans Berger, From Psychic Energy to the EEG, Perspectives in Biology and Medicine, Vol. 44, No. 4, 2001 pages 522-42 174 Walk Around Edinburgh, The Edinburgh EEG Study, Peter Aspinall et.al., The Urban Brain, Analyzing Outdoor Physical Activity with Mobile EEG, British Journal of Sports Medicine, 2013, published online, JSports 2012-091877 177 40 minutes of moderate walking, for Kramer's exercise studies, see Charles H. Hillman et.al., Be Smart, Exercise Your Heart, Exercise Effects on Brain and Cognition, Nature Reviews Neuroscience, Vol. 9, No. 1, 2008 pages 58-65. And Kirk I. Erickson et.al., Exercise Training Increases Size of Hippocampus and Improves Memory, Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, Vol. 108, No. 7, 2011 pages 30-17-22 177 Kramer was intrigued. The Stanford Walking Study is Marilee A. Petzo and Daniel L. Schwartz, Give Your Ideas Some Legs, The Positive Effect of Walking on Creative Thinking, Journal of Experimental Psychology, Learning, Memory and Cognition, Vol. 40, No. 4, 2014. 180 The Bratman Dish Study, Greg Bratman et.al., The Benefits of Nature Experience, Improved Effect in Cognition, Landscape and Urban Planning, Vol. 138, 2015, pages 41-50. 181 The results suggest, from Gregory N. Bratman et.al., Nature Experience reduces rumination and subgenual prefrontal cortex activation, Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, Vol. 112, No. 28, 2015 p. 8567. Chapter 9, Get Over Yourself, Wilderness, Creativity and the Power of Awe. Some of the information in this chapter originally appeared in different form in Florence Williams's National Geographic story This Is Your Brain on Nature, January 2016. Calvin and Hobbes quote from Bill Watterson, The Complete Calvin and Hobbes, Riverside, New Jersey, Andrews McNeil, Vol. 3, 2005, p. 370. Backlard quote, cited in Michael Pollan, Cooked, A Natural History of Transformation, New York, Penguin Press, 2013, p. 109. Ellen Meloy quotes from her lovely work of memoir/natural history, The Last Cheater's Waltz, New York, Henry Holt, 1999, pages 7, 107. Ed Abbey's chapter title From Desert Solitaire, A Season in the Wilderness, Tucson, University of Arizona Press, 1988. 187 Look at All the Stars, Bill Watterson, The Complete Calvin and Hobbes, Volume 3, Riverside, New Jersey, Andrews McNeil, 2005, p. 370. 194 The Passion Caused, from Edmund Burke, A Philosophical Inquiry into the Origin of Our Ideas of the Sublime and Beautiful, London, University of Notre Dame Press, 1968, p. 57. 195. For more on the origins of the word awe, see Dr. Keltner, Born to be Good, New York, W. W. Norton, 2009, p. 257. 195. For more on Burke's influence on Kant and Diderot, see the introduction by James T. Bolton in Burke, 1968 ed., PCXXVFF. 196. Inverse P.T.S.D., cited in Michael Pollan, The Trip Treatment, New Yorker, February 19, 2015, http://www.newyorker.com/magazine/2015/02/09/trip-treatment, accessed October 2, 2015. 196. The Piff and Keltner Study, Paul K. Piff et al., The Small Self, and Processual Behavior, Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, Vol. 108, No. 6, 2015 p. 883. 197. The Cytokine Study is Jennifer E. Steller et al., Positive Affect and Markers of Inflammation, Discrete Positive Emotions Predict Lower Levels of Inflammatory Cytokines, Emotion, Vol. 15, No. 2, 2015. 198. For more about Darwin on compassion and the emotion of awe generally, I recommend Keltner's How to Be Good. A more academic summary can be found in Michelle N. Chiata, Dr. Keltner, and Amanda Mossman, The Nature of Awe. Elicitors, Appraisals, and Effects on Self-Concept, Cognition and Emotion, Vol. 21, No. 5, 2007 pages 944-63. 200. Nearly half of all Americans, J. Carroll, Time Pressures, Stress Common for Americans. The Gallup Time Poll from 2008, cited in Rudd, 2012. 200. For more on awe and time perception, see Melanie Rudd et al., Awe expands people's perception of time, alters decision-making, and enhances well-being, Psychological Science Vol. 23, No. 10, 2012. For more on awe and generosity, see Netta Weinstein et al., Can Nature Make Us More Caring? Effects of Immersion in Nature on Intrinsic Aspirations and Generosity, Personality and Social Psychology Bulletin, Vol. 35, No. 10, 2009 pages 13-15-40. Chapter 10, Water on the Brain. 203. O. Eeyore, You Are Wet, A. A. Milne, The House at Pooh Corner, Deluxe ed. New York, Dutton, 2009, p. 101. 203. Between Every Two, from Muir's Marginalia in his copy of Prose Works by Ralph Waldo Emerson, Vol. 1. This volume resides in the Beinecke Rare Book and Manuscript Library of Yale University. Cited in quotations from John Muir, selected by Harold Wood, http://vault.sierraclub.org/john_muir_exhibit/writings/favorite_quotations.aspx, accessed April 12, 2016. 203. I slipped and bruised my leg very much. Lewis and Clark account from lewisclark.org/content/article.asp ? Article ID =1790, accessed September 2014. 207. Surgeons in World War I. For a look at the role of plastic surgery in World War I, see Cheryl Ubelacker, Unprecedented Injuries from First World War Spawned Medical Advances Still Used Today, Canadian Press, via Postmedia's World War I Centenary Site, September 23, 2014, http://www.canada.com/unprecedented-injuries-from-first-world-war-still-used-today, accessed June 2015. For an overview of the effects of mustard gas, see Facts About Sulfur Mustard, Centers for Disease Control, May 2, 2013. http://www.bt.cdc.gov/agent/sulfur-mustard/basics/facts.asp, accessed June 2015. 208 Union soldiers after the battle, Olmsted quote from Rybczynski, Kindle edition location 3244. 208 PTSD wasn't officially named and recognized. Matthew J. Friedman, PTSD History and Overview, U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, March 2, 2014, http://www.ptsd.va.gov/ptsd-overview/ptsd-overview.asp. 208 Among veterans that figure, witness testimony of Karen H. Seal, MD, MPH, House Committee on Veterans Affairs, June 14, 2011, http://veterans.house.gov/prepared-statement-prepared-Karen-H-Seal-MD-MPH-Department-Medicine-San, as quoted in David Scheinfeld, From Battlegrounds to the Backcountry, The Intersection of Masculinity and Outward Bound Programming on Psychosocial Functioning for Male Military Veterans, Dis. University of Texas at Austin, 2014, p. 27. 208 They are 2 to 4 times, Gail Gamache, Robert Rosenheck, and Richard Tesler. Overrepresentation of Women Veterans Among Homeless Women, American Journal of Public Health, Vol. 93, No. 7, 2003 pages 1132-36 211 In Frightened Lab Animals, for the Role of GCS in Memory, J.F. Dominique et al., Stress and Glucocorticoids Impair Retrieval of Long-Term Spatial Memory, Nature, Vol. 394, 1998 pages 787-90. For the Hippocampus, Nicole Y.L. OEIET al., Glucocorticoids Decrease Hippocampal and Prefrontal Activation During Declarative Memory Retrieval in Young Men, Brain Imaging and Behavior, Vol. 1, 2007 pages 31-41. For norepinephrine, J. Douglas Bremner, Traumatic Stress, Effects on the Brain, Dialogues in Clinical and Neuroscience, Vol. 8, No. 4, 2006 pages 445-211 Veterans are twice as likely, Jesse L. Bennett et al., Addressing Post-Traumatic Stress Among Iraq and Afghanistan Veterans and Significant Others, an intervention utilizing sport and recreation, Therapeutic Recreation Journal, Vol. 48, No. 1, 2014 p. 74 211 Female veterans commit suicide, Matthew Jacob Kak et al., Hopelessness and Suicidal Ideation in Iraq and Afghanistan War Veterans Reporting Subthreshold and Threshold Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder. Journal of Nervous and Mental Disease, Vol. 199, No. 4, 2011 pages 270-275. Chapter 11, Please Pass the Hacksaw. Some of the material from this chapter appeared in Florence Williams, ADHD, Fuel for Adventure, Outside, January/February 2016, published online January 20, 2016. http://www.outsideonline.com/2048391/ ADHD Fuel Adventure, UTM_source equals Twitter and UTM_medium equals social and UTM_campaign equals tweet, accessed February 22, 2016. 221 Childhood is, or has been, From Manhood for Amateurs, The Wilderness of Childhood, New York Review of Books, July 19, 2009, www.newyorkbooks.com articles/archive/2009/Jewel/16/Manhood for Amateurs The Wilderness of Childhood/ Accessed July 17, 2015. 224 A recent advertisement for an ADHD drug, mentioned in Richard Love's blog post, Nature Was My Ritalin, What the New York Times Isn't Telling You About ADHD, The New Nature Movement, http://blog.children-nature.org/2013/1/my-ritalin-what-the-New York-isn't-telling-you-about-ADHD, accessed July 20, 2015. 225 Olmsted Hated School, from Witold Rybczynski, A Clearing in the Distance, Frederick Law Olmsted in America in the 19th Century, New York, Scribner, 1999, Kindle edition, location 417. Quote to principal from Kindle edition, location 296. 226 Kuo ADHD Studies, C.A. Faber-Taylor et.al., Coping with AD, The Surprising Connection to Green Play Settings, Environment and Behavior, Vol. 33, January 2001, pages 54-77. 226 ADHD Kids Playing in a Park Study, Andrea Faber-Taylor and Francis E. Ming Kuo, Could Exposure to Everyday Green Spaces Help Treat ADHD? Evidence from Children's Play Settings, Applied Psychology, Health and Well-Being, Vol. 3, Number 3, 2011, pages 281-303. 226 The Barcelona Study, Elmira Amoli et.al., Green and Blue Spaces and Behavioral Development in Barcelona School Children, The Breathe Project, Environmental Health Perspectives, December 2014, pages 1351-58. 227 Kuo and Taylor's 2004 study, Francis E. Kuo and Andrea Faber-Taylor, A Potential Natural Treatment for Attention Deficit/Hyperactivity Disorder, Evidence from a National Study, American Journal of Public Health, Vol. 94, Number 9, 2004, 228 on Play and ADHD. C. Jake Panksepp, Can Play Diminish ADHD and Facilitate the Construction of the Social Brain? Journal of the Canadian Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, Journal de l'Académie canadienne de psychiatrie de l'enfant et de l'adolescent, Vol. 16, Number 2, 2007, p. 62. 229 Children Cannot Bounce Off the Walls, quote by Aaron Kenny, cited in David Sobel, You can't bounce off the walls if there are no walls. Outdoor schools make kids happier and smarter, yes. Magazine, March 28, 2014. http://www.yesmagazine.org/issues/education-uprising/the-original-kindergarten. UTM_source equals FB and UTM_medium equals social and UTM_campaign equals 2014038, accessed July 17, 2015. 229 Everything is Good, the Rousseau quote is from Emile, cited in Norman Brothers Terman, Inventing Kindergarten, New York, Harry N. Abrams, 1997, p. 19. 230 For more on the tremendous and largely unsung influence of Friedrich Froebel, see Brothers Terman, who makes a fascinating case for Froebelian kindergarten literally catalyzing modern art. Brock, Kandinsky, L. E. Corbusier and Frank Lloyd Wright all spent years holding cubes and making abstract geometric patterns with Froebel's materials, and Wright and L. E. Corbusier in particular directly credit this for their design sense. Brothers Terman suggests these influences were largely ignored by art historians because they stemmed from the domain of young children and their women teachers. 232 Finns and ADHD, S. L. Smalley et.al., Prevalence and Psychiatric Comorbidity of Attention Deficit/Hyperactivity Disorder in an Adolescent Finnish Population, Journal of the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, Vol. 46, Number 12, December 2007, pages 1575-83, cited in Daniel Goleman, Exercising the Mind to Treat Attention Deficits, New York Times, May 12, 2014. 232 A large meta-analysis of dozens, B. A. Sibley et.al., The Relationship Between Physical Activity and Cognition in Children, A Meta-Analysis, Pediatric Exercise Science, Vol. 15, Number 3, 2003 pages 243-56-232. The Penn State Study on Social Skills, Damon E. Jones et.al., Early Social Emotional Functioning in Public Health, The Relationship Between Kindergarten Social Competence and Future Wellness, American Journal of Public Health, Vol. 105, Number 11, 2015 pages 2283-9233. The 2015 Pediatrics Study on Physical Activity in Preschoolers, Pooja S. Tandon et.al., Active Play Opportunities at Child Care. Pediatrics, May 18, 2015, published online. 233. 30% of third graders, Ramina M. Barros, et.al., School Recess in Group Classroom Behavior, Pediatrics, Vol. 123, Number 2, 2009 pages 431-36-233. Containerized Kids, http://www.usatoday.com/news/health/2004-11-05-active_x.htm, accessed February 2, 2016. 233. In 2004, 70% of mothers are Clements, an investigation of the status of outdoor play, contemporary issues in early childhood, Vol. 5, 2004 pages 68-80. Also C.S. Gaster, Urban Children's Access to Their Neighborhoods, Changes Over Three Generations, 1991, quoted in R. Louvre, Last Child in the Woods, Chapel Hill, N.C., Algonquin Books, 2005, p. 123. On Children and Exercise, C. M. Hillman, J. Adams, and White Leg, One False Move, A Study of Children's Independent Mobility, London, Policy Studies Institute, 1990. And http://www.dailymail.co.uk/news/article-46209-1/how-children-right-Rome-generations.html. On preschool diagnoses of ADHD, see http://www.newyorktimes.com/2014/05/17/us/among-experts-scrutiny-of-attention disorder-in-2-and-3-year-olds.html?r=$0, accessed July 18, 2015. 234 teenagers today have, J. M. Tweng et.al., Birth Cohort Increases in Psychopathology Among Young Americans, 1938-2007, a cross-temporal meta-analysis of the MMPI, Clinical Psychology Review, Vol. 30, 2010 pages 145-54, cited in M. Brussoni et.al., Risky Play and Children's Safety, Balancing Priorities for Optimal Child Development, International Journal of Environmental Research and Public Health, Vol. 9, 2012 pages 31-36-48. Chapter 12, Nature for the Rest of U.S. 241. If Man is Not, Olmsted epigraph quoted in Rybczynski, Kindle location 2776. 241. For more on the idea of Metro Sapiens, see Jason Vargo, Metro Sapiens, an Urban Species, Journal of Environmental Studies and Sciences, Vol. 4, Number 3, 2014. 241. By 2030, there will be, see Art Hemadaran, The Great Migration India by 2030 and Beyond, Harnessing Technology for Better Urban Transportation in India, a presentation to the Wilson Center, http://www.wilsoncenter.org/sites/defaults/files/Ramakrishnan %(signed 2C%(signed 20D Hamodaran_presentation.pdf), accessed July 31, 2015. 242. Be Anything But a Hell, Glaser quote from http://cityjournal.org/2014/2024_3_urbanization.html, accessed July 31, 2015. 242 Leyhausen's cat studies and the rat results, cited in E. O. Wilson, Sociobiology, Cambridge, Mass., Harvard University Press, 2000, p. 255. 242 For more about the increased risk of mental disorders in city dwellers, see Florian Lederbogen et al., City Living and Urban Upbringing Affect Neural Social Stress Processing in Humans, Nature, Vol. 474, number 7352, 2011 pages 498-501-242. Meanwhile, a study from Portugal, S. Mark and M. L. Lima, Living in Gray Areas. Industrial Activity and Psychological Health, Journal of Environmental Psychology, Vol. 31, 2011 314-22, cited in the Natural Environments Initiative, Illustrative Review and Workshop Statement, Report, Harvard School of Public Health, Center for Health and the Global Environment, 2014, p. 11-242. We could use some more resilience. World Health Organization Fact Sheet, http://www.who.in/media-center/fact-sheets/fs369/en/ accessed August 3, 2015. 243 Singapore is the third densest. World Bank stats found at http://www.infoplease.com/ipa/a09346666.html, accessed August 1, 2015. 244. On Singapore, see Lee Kuan Yew, From Third World to First, The Singapore Story, 1965-2000, Singapore, Times Editions, Singapore Press Holdings, 2000, p. 199. 247 Portland Hospital Infection Study, S. W. Kemble et al., Architectural Design Influences the Diversity and Structure of the Built Environment Microbiome, ISME Journal, Vol. 6, No. 8, January 26, 2012 pages 648-5250. The Donovan Ash Tree Study, Jeffrey H. Donovan et al. The Relationship Between Trees and Human Health, Evidence from the Spread of the Emerald Ash Borer, American Journal of Preventive Medicine, Vol. 44, No. 2, 2013 pages 139-45-251. For the Toronto Study, see Omid Carden et al., Neighborhood Green Space and Health in a Large Urban Center, Scientific Reports, Vol. 5, 2015 pages 114. Epilogue 253 But Are Not Exercise, Walt Whitman writing as Mose Velser, Manly Health and Training, with offhand hints toward their conditions, ed. Zachary Turpin, Walt Whitman Quarterly Review 33, 2016 p. 212-255. In the 1870s, he actually, Charles E. Beveridge and Paul Rochelot, Frederick Law Olmsted, Designing the American Landscape, New York, Rizzoli, 1998, p. 45, cited in Carol J. Nicholson, Elegance and Grassroots, The Neglected Philosophy of Frederick Law Olmsted, Transactions of the Charles S. Pierce Society, Vol. XL, No. 2, Spring 2004, http://www.dathill.com/cadulator/olmsted_philosophy100.html, accessed August 3, 2015. Illustration credits. Introduction, Walking the Park, by Jacob de Bailey. Chapter 1, Lucas Foglia. Chapter 2, From the Mars Desert Research Station, the Mars Society. Chapter 3, Lucas Foglia / originally appeared in National Geographic, January, 2016. Chapter 4, Lucas Foglia. Chapter 5, Lucas Foglia. Chapter 6, From the Eyes as Big as Plates series by Ryota Akonen and Caroline Hjorth. Chapter 7, Lucas Foglia. Chapter 8, Maketeer Photography for the Croix Artland Trust. Chapter 9, Lucas Foglia. Chapter 10, Frederick Samuel Dellenbaugh seated in the heart of Lodore Canyon on the Colorado River, photographed by John Hillers while part of the Second Powell Survey, 1872, U.S. National Archives and Records Administration Record 846-4436, War Department. Office of the Chief of Engineers. Chapter 11, Lucas Foglia. Chapter 12, Lucas Foglia. Also by Florence Williams. Breasts, A Natural and Unnatural History. Copyright 2017 by Florence Williams. All rights reserved. First edition. For information about permission to reproduce selections from this book, write to Permissions, W. Norton & Company, Inc., 500 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York 10110. For information about special discounts for bulk purchases, please contact W. Norton Special Sales at specialsales@wwnorton.com or 800-233-4830. Book design by Chris Welch. Production Manager, Julia Druskin. Jacket design by Pete Garceau. Jacket image copyright Shutterstock/Lightspring. The Library of Congress has catalogued the printed edition as follows. Names: Williams, Florence, 1967 author. Title: The Nature Fix, Why Nature Makes Us Happier, Healthier, and More Creative /Florence Williams. Description: First edition. New York, W. Norton & Company, independent publishers since 1923. 2017 includes bibliographical references. Identifiers: LCCN 201-604-0709, ISBN 9780393242713, hardcover. Subjects: LCSH, Nature Psychological Aspects. Environmental Psychology. Creative Ability. Classification: LCCBF 353.5.N37W55 2017 DDC 155.9 DC 23 LC record available at https://lccn.loc.gov/2016040709. ISBN 978-0-393-24272-0, ebook. W. Norton & Company, Inc. 500 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York 10110 www.wwnorton.com. W. Norton & Company Limited 15 Carlisle Street, London W1D3B